Good morning. Can anybody hear me?
We can, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I have 9:30, so I think we'll get started. Good morning. Today is good morning. Today.
She didn't. Madam Chair, we don't hear you.
I don't see her connection anymore. I don't see her.
Yeah, it looks like she dropped off.
Yes.
Yeah, she's no longer on. Give her a minute to log back in.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. So sorry about that. I got disconnected. So this is, we're commencing the Wednesday, September 21st meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission public meeting. It's 9:31 at this point. So we'll start with the call to order and the roll call. Who's doing the call? The roll
Madam
call.
Chair, I'll be sitting in a general counsel seat today.
Okay, great. Thank you, Russell.
Right. So Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Maestas.
Commissioner Maestas will possibly join us later, but may not, and probably won't. If he appears at all, it will only be for part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
As a doctor's appointment.
Madam Chair.
Here.
And Commissioner Byrd.
I'm a present.
So, Madam Chair, we have 3 commissioners present. That is a quorum. The open meeting may commence.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Russell. Let's see. Let's have the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Byrd, if you would, please. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. You have such a good voice for that. Okay, now we'll have a consideration and approval of the agenda. Are there any changes anybody wants to make to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Let's take a vote.
Oh, Madam
I
Chair.
need a motion. Okay,
Yeah, I'll move the agenda as presented.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. We got a motion, a second. Let's have the roll call, please.
Madam Chair, you might want to ask for just any discussion of the motion.
Do we have any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
it was a well-executed motion, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor.
Okay.
All right, so Madam Chair, I'll take the roll.
Okay.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Maestas is absent as well. And Madam Chair.
Aye.
So Madam Chair, the agenda is approved with 3 votes in favor of approving the agenda and 2 commissioners absent.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, now we have introduction of special guests. Are there any special guests listed? I think that would be Hans. Are you aware?
Madam Chair, I do not have anyone as indicated as a special guest for today's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to public comment. Has anyone signed up for public comment?
Madam Chair, I did have one individual request public comment. Yes, I do see her as having joined the meeting. Mona Blaber has asked to make a public comment today. Mona, if you could unmute yourself and please proceed with your public comment.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the commissioners. So I'm Mona Blaber. I'm the communications director for the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter. We have nearly 2,000 members in our Southern New Mexico group, which is in the service area for El Paso Electric. Today, you're considering amendments to 2 solar purchase power agreements between El Paso Electric and NextEra. Like solar projects across the country and the world, construction is delayed due to supply chain issues from the pandemic, as well as the Commerce Department investigation. And prices have gone up across the country. However, they're still lower than they would be for gas plants to provide the same power for utilities. Developers and utilities are struggling to get these projects back on track, and it's raising resource adequacy issues. And maybe the utilities, not just El Paso, but also PNM, should have been on top of this sooner, but the cause is not their fault. State utility commissions would be beneficial to facilitate utility efforts to get these projects back on track, and not rather than hindering them over whether they should have known about it earlier. The trajectory we are on is that you can do something about the impending climate crisis today to avert the worst effects of the climate crisis and decarbonize the electric utility industry. We need to build solar, wind, and storage at a very fast clip. These PPAs were originally priced at $21 per megawatt hour, some of the lowest in the country. NextEra wanted a larger price increase, but EPE did market research and the parties landed on an increase of $3.50 per megawatt hour. That total price of $24.50 is still much lower than fossil alternatives, especially at current gas prices. So we would like to urge you to please approve these projects and send the right signal to renewable developers that New Mexico is a reasonable place to do business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Blaber. Okay, well, let's move on to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. These would be the minutes of August 31st, 2022 in our open meeting. Does anybody have any comments or corrections for the minutes?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Hans Muller of Office of General Counsel.
Yes.
I was reviewing the minutes with Commissioner Byrd this morning, and we have one slight amendment to the copy that was distributed on page 7 of the minutes where we adjourned Mr. Fisk's matter. Let me just pull that up real quick. I have added, Commissioner Byrd asked me to add just a note that the matter was continued and is basically back in the meeting on item 16 on page 16 of the minutes. So I added that to page 7, and similarly on page 16, when the commission took the matter back up, I added the note that is continued from item 7, page 7 of the minutes, just to add some continuity to the minutes.
Thank you, Hans. I appreciate that. Anybody else have any corrections to the minutes?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I will move the minutes as amended.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a
I will
second?
second.
Commissioner Fishman will second. All right. Any discussion? I don't think we need to have discussion on this. We just did, but hearing none, let's have the roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
if Commissioner Manessis is not present. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the meeting minutes of August 31st, as amended, are approved by vote of 4 commissioners in favor and 1 commissioner absent.
Okay, thank you very much, Hans. Russell.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
you guys may have already done this because I joined a little late here, but I just wanted to wish Commissioner Maestas a speedy recovery from his gallbladder boulder. I heard it was like a 3-inch stone in his gallbladder that's just huge. So anyway, I just wanted to wish him a speedy recovery and hope he gets back soon.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Yeah, I believe he's not yet feeling well today. And that's no surprise. He's only 5 days out of surgery. So, but he wanted to try, but I think he will end up, he does have a conflict and has a doctor's appointment. So I'm not really expecting to see him. So anyhow, let's move on. So we have consent action items. Let's see, Russell, will you please read the captions?
Yes, Madam Chair. The first item is under transportation matters is 21-00296-TR-M. That's in the matter of staff's petition to grant a pandemic-related waiver to ambulances from Rule 18.3.14.11A NMAC. That is a potential order extending waiver period. The second transportation item is docket number 22-00217-TR-M in the matter of the application of High Class Limousine LLC for a certificate to provide limousine service. That's for a potential order regarding application. The third transportation matter is docket number 22-00225-TR-M. That's in the matter of the application of Village of Logan, DBA Logan Ambulance Service for reissuance of certificate number 12549 to provide ambulance service. That's for potential order regarding reissuance. The fourth item is docket number 22-00035-TR-M. That's in the matter of the application of Own of Vaughan, DBA, or I must be Town of Vaughan, DBA Town of Vaughan Ambulance Service for voluntary suspension of certificate number 12716. That's for a potential order regarding suspension. And the final transportation item on the consent agenda is docket number 22-00204-TR-EN. That's in the matter of the investigation of flying C, T, and G record service. That's for a potential order assigning a hearing examiner. Then I move on to the utility matters that are on the consent agenda. There's docket number 18-00211-UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Resolute Wind 1 against Lee County Electric Cooperative, Inc. That's for a potential order on recommendation from hearing examiner. The second utility matter is 19-00041-UT in the matter of the application of Henry G. Kors and I'm going to say Yuri Nyachinsky. I'm half Polish, so I know how to pronounce that. To transfer 100% of the issued and outstanding stock in South Hills Water Company from Henry G. Kors to Yuri Nyachinsky. That's for a potential final order adopting recommended decision. Then there is a docket number 19-00106 UT. That's on the matter of applications for 2020 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's for a potential order concerning Windstream's request for initial and midpoint disbursements for Abiquiu, Gallina, and Tierra Amarilla projects. And then the final item is docket number 22-00223 UT in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's request for authorization to provide limited disclosure of non-public customer information pursuant to Section 62.811 NMSA 1978 prohibition of disclosure. That's for a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Companies and the City of Las Cruces' joint verified motion for an order authorizing limited disclosure of consumer non-public personal information. And Madam Chair, that is all of the consent action agenda items.
Thank you very much, Russell. So moving on to item number 8, regular action items.
Madam Chair, would you like to call for a motion?
Sorry. Okay, I'd like does anybody have anything they want to change about this part of the agenda? If not, can I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I will move the consent action items as presented.
Thank you. And I need a second. Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this agenda, this part of the agenda? Hearing none, let's have the roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll mark Commissioner Maestas absent. Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the consent action agenda items are approved by vote of 4 commissioners in favor and 1 commissioner absent.
Thanks very much, Russell. Now moving on to item Roman numeral 8 and the regular action items. Under paragraph A, we have no transportation matters. So going on to B and utility matters. The next one is item number 10. It's 19-0099 UT and 19-00348 UT. Russell Fisk will present a case in the matter of the amended application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's amended 2019 Renewable Energy Plan and 2020 Renewable Energy Plan pursuant to the Renewable Energy Act and 17.9.572 NMAC, and third revised rate number 38-RPS cost rider. In that case, that's the 19-0099 UT. And then, and also in 19-00348, it's in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of long-term purchase power agreements with Hikati Energy Santa Teresa LLC, Buena Vista Energy LLC, and Canutillo Energy Center LLC. He'll be presenting a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's verified motion for expedited approval of amendments to 2 purchase power agreements, potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's motion for leave to reply. So please proceed, Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to start by saying, if people who are not speaking could mute, because I'm hearing some noises, and maybe they have muted, but I just wanted to say that because I did hear some noises. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. If people could please mute if you're not speaking, because we can hear every little bit of background sound. Thanks very much.
All right, so Madam Chair, so I'm looking at my memo. If anyone wants to follow along, the revised memo with track changes from September 18th. That was Sunday, I believe. So, Madam Chair, I think I said in my memo that this is coming before the Commission a second time, but actually it's the third time because it was discussed briefly a few weeks ago, and then last week it was discussed in great detail. And here it is back a third time. I prepared one proposed order that would deny with prejudice. I mean, a denial that doesn't say whether it's without or with prejudice is considered with prejudice. The verified motion for expedited approval of amendments to 2 purchase power agreements, I'll call that the motion, filed by EPE. And then there is an alternative order proposed by Commissioner Fishman, which would deny the motion without prejudice, giving EPE another chance to present the Commission with an application that would include the relevant information that EPE has chosen not to provide, and would require a reasonable proposal for an expedited proceeding that would honor the due process rights of interveners and would request variances from the portions of the Commission's rules with which EPE cannot comply due to exigent circumstances. Now, of course, after I sent this memo, I sent the Commission a revised version of Commissioner Fishman's proposed order because I had included all of these provisions, but I had forgotten to include an order to show cause as to why EPE should not be found to have violated Rule 17.9.551.8 of the Commission's rules. That is within the rule for review and approval of long-term PPAs. That particular section describes the detailed content that should be in any application for a PPA. We can talk about that proposed order. I can discuss both proposed orders now, but I'll go ahead and I'll mention briefly discuss the motion that was filed yesterday, shortly before 5 o'clock, by EPE, and that was a motion to withdraw the motion, the verified motion for approval, so that EPE may file another a more conforming application, and so this would be, the withdrawal would be essentially have the same effect as the dismissal without prejudice that Commissioner Fishman is proposing, but of course it wouldn't include penalties, obviously. And in the motion, I'll just give a little bit of information about the motion. The EPE states that they have waived the condition of the condition precedent that's in the agreement, that there be approval of the Commission approval of the PPAs before as a condition precedent. In other words, that they will go ahead and enter into these agreements with Nextera or the LLCs, one of the Vista LLCs that were set up for these PPAs, before they have Commission approval. And the EPE notes in the motion, just as Commissioner Fishman notes in his proposed order, that as you know, EPE's customers are largely in Texas. They 80% of their customers are in Texas. 20% of them are here in New Mexico. And so Commissioner Fishman said in his proposed order, even if the commission dismisses the verified motion without prejudice, for another filing to maybe a more complete application, the commission expects that the project will go forward, at least the first project, the 100 megawatt solar project with 50 megawatts of storage, because that was approved as a system resource needed needed as a system resource and for capacity. Whereas the second project, the 20 megawatt solar project, was obviously a much smaller project, which was really more to comply with the renewable portfolio standard requirements. So that one, it's clear from this motion to withdraw filed by EPE that Commissioner Fishman's assumption was right, that because this is 80% Texas, and I believe Texas may have already approved these amendments. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's clear in this motion, but they will go forward even while another application is pending. That is, if the commission allows for another filing, either under Commissioner Fishman's proposed order for dismissal without prejudice, or grants the motion to withdraw. I would note on the motion to withdraw that, as I said in my email yesterday, pardon me, let me just get this from me, that staff does not oppose the motion to withdraw. Doña County, Alan Downs, and Philip Simpson take no position on the motion, but the city of Las Cruces and the New Mexico Attorney General do oppose the motion. And of course, since it was just filed yesterday, they haven't had a chance to file responses. So the commission may decide, to give them a chance to file responses, a full 13 days or some shorter period. Usually, I would recommend that, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable course. But because the commission already has before it, the options of denying with or without prejudice, which would have a similar result. Denying without prejudice would have the same result, really, as allowing the motion, granting the motion to withdraw. The commission might just want to go forward because the commission has received responses in opposition to the verified motion itself from City of Las Cruces and the New Mexico Attorney General. So I think with that, I can turn it over to Commissioner Fishman to describe his proposed order. I'll just say first, I prepared a denial, a proposed order denying with prejudice, just as an option, as a base case. I know that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar had said last week that she was interested in denying the motion, and so I just prepared that as something, as an option. I think it's perfectly reasonable to do either one: deny the motion deny the verified motion with prejudice because it's so woefully inadequate, or deny without prejudice to give a chance for another filing, which may, help lock in a price, prices that are better than anyone might get down the road, given the supply chain issues. So, Madam Chair, do you mind if I turn it over to Commissioner Fishman to talk about his order?
No, that's fine. Please proceed. Commissioner Fishman, would you like to discuss your order?
Yeah, just real quickly, and full disclosure, I spoke with with Chairperson Hall on the phone just before today's meeting. So I'll include a couple of comments from her in some thoughts about how to go forward. I didn't like the total denial order because if it turns out, as well may happen, that the proposals that EPE has put before us turn out to be the cheapest, I don't want to have issued a denial and then not be able to reconsider them if those are the best for consumers. And my second concern is that, related is that the order that denies seems to me risks punishing customers, but not punishing EPE. And I like in the order that we put forward, the order to show cause leaves open our opportunities to levy a penalty or fine of some sort against EPE for having sat on this since February without having informed the commission. And that at least we keep that option open, and that way we reward and punish parties appropriately. So that's what I was trying to achieve with the order that I had Russell put together. Commissioner Chairperson Hall gave me a call this morning and basically said, hey, I like the language in the original order better because it specifies more precisely what EPE needs to do. And I'm fine with that. To me, I'm fine with taking the original order and just saying, hey, we could dismiss or deny without prejudice and do the order to show cause, about why EPE should not be penalized. And that would accomplish everything that I want to accomplish. And I'll leave my comments at that.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, can I just add something that I forgot to add about the motion to withdraw?
Yes, please.
EP in its motion to withdraw responds to comments made last week by commissioners about the fact that there wasn't a discussion in the verified motion about the need for the larger project, the 100 megawatt solar, or 50 and with 50 megawatt storage. The need for that, current need for capacity, and motion in the motion to withdraw, EP states that we actually have had that information because when the PPAs, particularly that PPA, was approved back in, I believe, 2019, it was for system capacity, as noted, and that apparently during a meeting with staff, a summer readiness resource adequacy meeting earlier this year, they said they informed staff of the need that they were renegotiating. They informed staff they were renegotiating and that they did need this for system resources. So apparently staff may have been informed. I was not part of that meeting, so that's something to keep in mind. I'm not sure if staff informed anyone. I don't recall receiving any information from staff about that. And I am the OGC attorney assigned to EPE, but I wouldn't say that they necessarily didn't or didn't follow a process that would have informed OGC or the commission. So I'm just not sure about that. That's what EPE states, so that they did inform of that. Now, there isn't really any detail though about the current state. It was needed as a system resource, or presumably it's still needed as a system resource for capacity, et cetera, that first PPA. But I would ask Commissioner Fishman, it seemed like you were interested in more current detail about what the current needs of EPE are, because there have been events that have come about since 2019. Is that correct?
Yeah. But to EPE's point, I do think they make a good point that when the resource was originally approved, it was approved because there was a need for the capacity. So I never felt that argument was the strongest part of the objection to what EPE decided to do. The original approval was looking at capacity, so that wasn't an issue that had been totally ignored. There probably have been some changes. I don't think anything nearly as urgent or severe as perhaps PNM, but we certainly should at least be getting some update on that, given what's occurred in the interim.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman and Russell. And just to remark on the risks of quoting somebody when you're right in front of them. I don't recall speaking this morning in terms of liking or not liking one order or the other. What I did say, though, was that I was concerned. I didn't see specific language in the order denying without prejudice, specific language that I felt comfortable with that would preserve due process. So I wanted to ask Russell if you could point out to me where there's specificity pertaining to due process, because I'm not finding it. Yeah, all I see is that. Well, just tell me where you specify what type of due process there would be in the order denying without prejudice if they were to return and file again. Russell, that's a comment to you. Can you hear me, Russell?
He's muted.
I was talking. I didn't realize I was muted. I was answering your question, but no one can hear me. Let me see. Yes, I did add language. It's not particularly very specific, so I could make it more specific, but it's at, let's see, what page is it at? It's on page 14. This is of the version that I sent yesterday of the Commissioner Fishman's proposed order. So page 14, paragraph 43, that paragraph talks about how any application the EP may file for approval must correct the informational deficiencies. And then the last sentence of 43 says, in addition, any such application that's filed by EPE, to the extent that it requests an expedited proceeding, must propose a reasonably expedited proceeding that honors the due process rights of potential interveners. So it doesn't have specific requirements, but they could fashion something that would do that.
Yeah, well, that's what part that I did not like. I think, and I suppose, yes, they could fashion something, and maybe their approach to just withdrawing and submitting something new would be better. But I think we need specificity, basically providing what the AG had asked for, which is, an opportunity to have a hearing and have, well, I don't know, I don't want to paraphrase it myself, but it was essentially a hearing, opportunity to present evidence and have it cross-examined, which is basically having a hearing. So the only other interpretation, it seems to me, that you could impute to the word expedited when you include those items is an acceleration of the periods of time for parties to respond. And I know that in itself can be a real burden on the hearing examiners and on the parties who are trying to respond. So although probably it wouldn't be in this case, because this has been, I think, hopefully all the arguments have been brought to the fore. But that's what I said this morning to Steve. It's not that I like one or the other, but I am concerned still in seeing this alternate language that you put in does not address with specificity the due process that I think we have to insist on. And so I guess at this point, let's hear from other commissioners. We still need to hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Byrd or Vicente Aguilar, do either of you have something you'd like to state in connection with this matter so far?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I would like Russell to rephrase the position from the Attorney General. Please, I would appreciate that.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I can do that. Let me go to my memo. I think I have a good summary of that, my memo. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. All right. So the New Mexico Attorney General's in his response to the motion, the verified motion itself, urged the commission to deny the motion. Argued. I'm sorry. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you want me to just focus on the due process part of the argument, or the entire response in opposition filed by the Attorney General? Because there are other arguments made in it.
Russell, what I'm concerned about is the same as Madam Chair Hall. Are they pointing out to the due process that's being eliminated, or is it revised? Can you just go over that, please?
Yes. Yes. In the expedited motion, verified expedite, a motion for expedite proceeding, EPE had requested a very expedited proceeding, which the commission did not grant, and would already be past due. Essentially, EPE wanted to have this resolved in one open meeting before the commission. It was unclear if they even wanted any kind of hearing, because they did not want any of the interveners to have an opportunity, or I should say not interveners, the parties to the case, they're already parties to the case, to these cases, would be denied the right to bring testimony, to present witnesses and testimony, and would also be denied the right to do any discovery that may be due, which is something that both the Attorney General and the city of Las Cruces, especially the city of Las Cruces, actually they both asked for a procedure with discovery. So those were the big considerations that EPE wanted done so quickly without a hearing. They may have wanted to present their own testimony, but they didn't want anyone else to present testimony, and that wouldn't have allowed for discovery. And they wanted it all done by September 1st. So those are two due process issues. Sometimes we allow for discovery. In other words, for parties to ask for information before the hearing from the applicant, because the applicant usually has the information, the utility does. More information certainly than the other parties do, and for the opportunity to present witness testimony concerning the motion, and that's what EPE's proposed process, which the commission has not adopted in any way, would have done, or would not have allowed for discovery or any witnesses to be presented by the other parties. Does that clarify, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Yes. So, in other words, EPE would like for us to approve their application without any record. Is that another way to look at it?
I would say, for one thing, I would say they did want that. Now, since they filed a motion yesterday to withdraw their motion, the verified motion for expedited procedure, that's no longer what they're asking for. They're just asking to withdraw and refile. But they were asking, yes, I would agree. What they were asking for was essentially, no developed record, except for what EPE stated in its own motion. That would be like essential, and they did provide direct testimony in support of that, but it wouldn't allow for any other record to be developed. So it would be an incomplete record. Okay.
Secondly, these projects that are proposed in the application, it would serve 80% of customers in the state of Texas. I think we need to go through the process according to what the rules are stated when we approve any solar projects, renewable energy projects. We need to make sure that, you know, that the actual rate, we need to see that. I don't take for granted that certain ratepayers are going to receive a better deal at this point in time. You know, I think we need to see the actual cost, and so I'm leaning towards denying the application with prejudice, because it's very important to build that record, develop the record, as Russell Fisk indicated, and when this is challenged somewhere along the line, and if there's no developed record, we are in deep trouble. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Russell, do you need to respond or say anything?
I would just say, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you know, there's absolutely a reasonable position to say that this, you know, that was a woefully inadequate verified motion, and the procedure that was suggested was so, you know, it was really outrageous that you could deny with prejudice on that basis. That would mean they couldn't refile for the same relief, or you could say that you could adopt, you know, Commissioner Fishman's proposed order for denial without prejudice would send that same message, and would even include a penalty to be determined, monetary penalty, but an order to show cause that will, you know, tell EPE, you know, explain why we shouldn't impose a monetary penalty for this woefully adequate filing that wasted time to the detriment of ratepayers. But his order would then still allow them to file a conforming one, a good application that would, you know, satisfy as much of the informational requirements of the rule as are possible. And if there were any that they couldn't, explain why, and ask for variance specifically for specific sections of the rule. And also to propose a proceeding that would be, could be somewhat expedited, but would respect the due process concerns of the intervener. So I think, you know, either of these proposed orders, you know, they describe what is wrong with the motion as it is. One would get Commissioner Fishman's would allow for another filing, but the one without prejudice, denial without prejudice, or denial with prejudice, the other proposed order would not allow for another filing. It would just say this is off. This is too deficient, and goodbye.
Let's see, Commissioner Byrd, do you have any comments to make? Any thoughts about this? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So I have some questions, I guess,
Mhm.
for Mr. Fisk. What they're asking for is a portion of these facilities, these assets, to be used to basically to be put into the rate base of New Mexico customers. Is that correct?
Commissioner Byrd, the approval of a PPA is the approval of a resource, and it does not. One can state in such an order that the commission is not deciding rate making treatment, and is not, you know, guaranteing that. And it isn't a rate case is where rate making you know, inclusion in rates would be considered. I will say this though, when it comes to you know, PPAs that have been approved, or like a CCN that's been approved for a utility owned resource, it can be hard to justify before the court that you know, that the commission approved a PPA or approved a, you know, resource in some other way like a CCN, and then deny inclusion of the costs in rates unless there are changed circumstances between the time of the approval of the resource and the rate case. So even though approving the PPA would not be approving its inclusion in rates, that would have to happen in a rate case. If the commission then went on to exclude the resource, the approved resource from rates, it would be vulnerable to a challenge on appeal unless, like I said, there were changed circumstances between those two times.
So that was the legal answer for yes.
Yes, with caveats.
Right.
Yes.
So here's my next question of this is, they're building this facility. That's kind of why they came in a hurry. It's already approved for Texas, and they'd like to get it approved for New Mexico. Whether or not we approve it, it's going to be built. So why can't we just do a normal turnaround hearing, whether or not they'll be able to put it in the next rate case at that? Because why can't we just do a normal turnaround on this? They're building it. It's not like us denying this is going to say they're not going to build it. And then we'll make a prudent judgment as to whether or not it should be used in rates in future rate case.
Commissioner Byrd, that makes sense to me as well. The PPA rule actually, so like a full proceeding under the PPA rule actually would be capped at, I believe it's 6 months. Of course, that's the commission's rule, and the commission can vary from it. But I don't see why it couldn't be. It would even have to be an expedited proceeding. In the like you said, for those reasons. In the motion to withdraw, which is the most recent position that we have from EPE, I believe they still want. I believe they say that their application will include an expedited proceeding proposal. But I agree. I don't know, given that, there's the urgency seems to be entirely absent now, since they will be going forward with, at least for the first PPA, that's the 100 with the 50 storage. The 20 megawatt is a different situation, but that's more for RPS compliance, and it's a small project. But yes, the fact that they'll be going forward with it for Texas customers would seem to negate any urgency, and it could be sent to a hearing examiner for a full proceeding once we have a more complete application.
Okay, I think that answers my question. So I don't want to see the penalties. I've never really been in favor of penalties, but it could have been approached in a better way, I think. And so I think we just nudge them into the right direction and move forwards. But I think it's important that we acknowledge that these resources are going to be needed in New Mexico, and we get them approved in the proper manner. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Byrd. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody's comments. Russell, I guess I have a question for you in the related to the filing that we got yesterday from EPE, in which they talk about a waiver. Can you discuss, they say in paragraph 28, exercising the waiver allows NextEra to continue work on the Buena Vista projects. Effective amendments are necessary for NextEra to assign purchase solar panels to the Buena Vista projects in light of the ongoing supply chain. That assignment, while not a guarantee of timely solar panel delivery, is required to prevent further delay of the renewable projects, which are required for their system resource adequacy needs for 2023. While the matter is still urgent, the waivers also allow for a different procedure to address the Commission's expressed concerns regarding due process. They say they understand waivers have no substantive impact on the Commission's consideration in these cases. So can you just clarify for me what these, how you think, whether or not you think we need to address the waiver issue?
No, Madam Chair, that issue is closely related to what we were just talking about, which is that it was a condition precedent of the PPAs that the public regulation that this commission, and I assume the Texas Commission, approve the PPAs. Otherwise, they wouldn't be effective until they were approved. And what they've done, what they are saying is that EPA has waived that condition precedent with regard to the commission, and is going to go forward with the projects, or at least the first project, as approved. I assume approved by Texas, and they'll go ahead and build it. And since 80% of their jurisdictional customers are jurisdictionally are Texas jurisdiction, they're willing to go forward with the project with the risk that the commission might not approve it for application to New Mexico customers, because that's only 20%, and they can use it to serve Texas customers 100%, and they can await the commission's decision to see, if the commission denies it, they still will, they want to build it anyway to serve Texas customers alone. If the commission approves it, then they will serve both.
Okay,
So
but basically,
they waive that as a condition precedent. In other words, they're going to go forward with the project without requiring that condition to be satisfied.
yeah. So, okay, so we don't really need to, they've waived, we don't even have to take any action if they declare that they're waiving a waiver, right, on that point.
Correct, Madam Chair. The commission wouldn't need to do anything about
okay.
that. They're just informing us that the project will go forward while the commission is considering any new application.
Okay, fine. All right, so, well, I guess what I'm hearing is that there's no need for us to consider expedited treatment of this case. We could proceed with a hearing that proceeds at a normal rate, if we so choose. And that way the parties would have full due process, and El Paso Electric can go forward with, they are going forward anyhow with a construction of the Buena Vista project. And so what that means is they can't go forward, correct me if I'm wrong, on the 20 megawatt project as expeditiously until our hearing is over, correct? And
Madam Chair, that's a good question. Let me look at it as a motion withdraw, motion to withdraw, because I believe they're treating the 20 megawatt project differently, but let me just quickly look at that, because I'm not sure that they really are treating it differently. I know they're going forward with the 100 solar 50 megawatt storage project because it's needed as a system resource, whereas the other they plan to okay, let me just make it clear. Sorry. The reason there are two dockets on this is that these two projects were approved in different dockets. One, the 100 solar 50 storage was approved in outside of any RPS docket. It was approved as a PPA for system capacity. And that one is the one they're clearly going forward on. The other was approved as a small project, 20 megawatts, for the purpose of getting RECs to comply with the renewable portfolio standard. And that's still how they would, if the commission dismissed or denied the motion without prejudice and allow for refiling, they would refile similarly. They would do an application, an amended application, a more complete application for the 100 and the 50 project, right away as a system resource, and the other one would be included in their next RPS filing. So I don't recall if the waiver extends to that, because there's some time between I don't know when exactly their RPS filing is due, because they've had extensions on that. due to supply chain issues. So really, I've been focusing on the 100 megawatt and 50 megawatt because that's what they'd be filing soon. Does the waiver extend to 20 megawatt? I'd have to quickly look at the motion again and see which I can do right now. Let's see. Yes, Madam Chair, yes, they do. They waived it for both projects. The
Okay.
condition.
So the consequence is then that for the 20 megawatt project, it can proceed now then?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, commissioners, does anybody want to approve, put a motion on the table that captures everything we've discussed?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Russell, I wanted to get a little more information on the consequences of making a decision before we get responses from the AG and the city of Las Cruces. Can
Yes,
are there any issues we need to be aware of there before we go forward?
well, Commissioner Fishman, if the commission grants the motion to withdraw, it will have done so while denying the right of the Attorney General and the city of Las Cruces to file responses in opposition. And generally, I would say, the commission should not do that. They should wait and take more time. However, that motion to withdraw would accomplish essentially what Commissioner Fishman, your proposed order would have accomplished, that the commission could grant based on the motion itself and the responses that were filed to the motion itself, to the expedited motion for 2 PPAs for the amendments by the city and the New Mexico Attorney General. So I don't want to say we know what would be in the responses by New Mexico Attorney General and the city of Las Cruces, but I would say the commission already has before it your proposed order, which would accomplish the same thing as the motion withdraw, a dismissal without prejudice or withdrawal without prejudice. They have the same effect. So we do have responses with regard from those two parties that I can't say that they would be exactly how they'd respond to the motion withdraw, but it's essentially the same relief that would be granted in your order, Commissioner Fishman, which is perfectly proper based on just reviewing the motion itself, the underlying motion for approval itself. So yes, it would be denying the opportunity of those two parties to respond to the motion withdraw, but they have responded to the underlying motion itself as to why they feel it's objectionable, and the commission could enter a dismissal without prejudice based on the motion and those responses, and it would have the same effect as granting the motion withdraw. So I'd say you can go forward with that, even without, because you'd be granting, it would be a different order, same effect.
Okay, would there be, I think as Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Hall have both established, is at this point, there's really no rush to do anything because essentially EPE can be preparing whatever refiling it wants to put together, even if we take no action today. And I guess my prejudice on this one is that I might prefer to give CLC and the AG a chance to make their arguments in case we're missing something there. And that we could if we need to take a vote, we could take a vote on it next week.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher.
Fishman, if you wanted to, have a vote next week, then we'd have to we could do a single signature order shortening the time for the Attorney General and City of Las Cruces to respond. Because otherwise, they have 13 days from yesterday.
Yeah, or we could do it the week after. I mean, the point is, there's no urgency here now. Everybody seems to be on the same track, and I'd hate to foreclose hearing some important argument. I'm not quite sure what it would be, but I shouldn't presume. And maybe the city and the AG will have something new and interesting to throw into the pot here before we take a vote. But either way, EPE would proceed the same way. And we just don't have any particular urgency to take a vote today.
Russell, do you agree then that we don't have any urgency to take a vote today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would agree.
Okay, is there any further discussion among commissioners on this point then? If we don't vote today and permit the Attorney General and other parties their opportunity that has arisen under the latest filing by El Paso Electric yesterday, are we comfortable with waiting a week then to make sure we allow those parties due process? My understanding is that there would be no consequence to the project, the Buena Vista project, being able to proceed, or the other one. And that way we avoid compromising the due process of those interveners. Is that a correct recitation, Russell?
Yes, Madam Chair. It'd be 2 weeks to give the full 13 days. So that would be, if someone wants to move to table this matter until the October 5th open meeting, that could work.
Okay.
I assume there is one. Yes, there is one on October 5th.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Yes.
I think we are being we're given an application where the utility company, El Paso Electric, is asking us to make a decision at a fast rate to expedite the process without due process. That's one thing they did incorrectly. Secondly, they continue to penetrate the commissioners in a way that they can convince us to allow El Paso Electric to just concentrate on the interveners. That's the second thing they have done late yesterday afternoon. Third part is that El Paso Electric, the projects that's on the application, they're not allowing us to go through the rate making process with full record and asking for discoveries from different parties. They're closing the door on that. There's three things El Paso Electric, they know very well. They have legal attorneys on their team. And I don't understand why the pressure is on to do it in a way that is not the right process. I don't understand that.
You know, Russell, could you,
So
oh, go ahead.
So those are my 3 points. No matter how they craft motions to tweak it a little bit, one way or the other, but the disclosure of the full record is not going to be presented. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Russell, just to be clear, my understanding from what you said and from what I've been able to glean from reading the order, I mean, not the order, the filing that El Paso made yesterday is that they're withdrawing their request to have an expedited hearing. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, they'd be withdrawing this verified motion, period. I guess you're asking, would the new application that they file, would it require would they request an expedited proceeding?
Yeah, they're not requesting an expedited proceeding anymore, correct? Is that
make sure? Let me make sure of that, because I don't. Let's see here.
I mean, that's what I thought you said, and that's what
I believe
thought they're
well,
trying
no,
to.
I think they may still be asking for an expedited proceeding, but that they say the application might. Let me see. Yeah, okay, yes. Paragraph 32 of the motion says, instead, motion withdraw says, instead, EPE will file a separate application for expedited approval of the amendment to the first PPA, the first PPA for the first project, the 100 megawatt solar, 50 megawatt storage. They will ask for expedited approval of that. And the second one will be included in EP's upcoming RPS filing. So that wouldn't be expedited because it'd be a part of a bigger filing. Then they say once assigned to a hearing examiner, he or she can adopt appropriate expedited procedures in those procedures.
Okay, that's right.
That allow for fair, efficient, and accelerated consideration of the verified motion. So they still want it to be expedited to some extent, but they don't. But obviously, if they let the hearing examiner decide that, then it might not. It wouldn't be as nearly as expedited as what they were asking for under the motion. Now, I think it's perfectly reasonable what the commissioner said. It doesn't seem that there's any reason, as far as the commission is concerned, at this point to expedite, because the project will be going forward during that time period. Unless the project will be finished before 6 months or so. The projects we finished before the 6 month. 6 months is the time given in the PPA rule for full proceeding to approve a PPA. As I said, that can be varied because it's a commission rule, but I don't know, the projects might finish up earlier and they might want to start putting them through the fuel clause. I don't know. They don't really say, maybe they don't know exactly when the projects will be completed, even as, going forward with them right now. So they still ask for an expedited procedure, but don't explain how expedited or why it would still need to be expedited.
Okay. I see. So, all right.
But it certainly wouldn't be the current procedure. It would be one set by the hearing examiner. So it wouldn't be what they've asked for, what they asked for in the verified motion. It wouldn't be that. Obviously, they want it by September 1st. That has already passed. So it would be more reasonably expedited, presumably. But why it needs to be expedited at all, is still a question. Again, if the projects are near completion, then maybe it would need to be. Maybe that would be a reason, but I don't know. They don't say that.
Okay. Well, bottom line, it seems like the project is going to go forward, and our job is to not stand in the way of that. And under this circumstance, as long as we protect the due process interests of other parties. So I think I tend to agree with Commissioner Fishman insofar as we should allow a response from the interveners. And otherwise, I'm not inclined to sign an order that provides for an expedited hearing. So I think, I don't know that we have a proposed order that says precisely those things. Can you Russell, could you change some of the wording and Steve's preferred order, which is the one that would deny without prejudice, to address those 2 points?
Well, Madam Chair, I think the idea was just to table the matter for 2 weeks.
Oh, we could do that. That's
Under our
easier.
rules would give the
Sure.
the AG
Correct.
and the city time to respond, and then
Yeah.
the commission would just consider it on October 5th. Could consider all the same orders and an order on the motion withdrawal possibly
Correct.
on October 5th.
Okay, sorry, forgot that part. So that's,
So I would move to table.
I'll second.
And
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
no discussion on that.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd, any further discussion?
Discussion on a motion to table.
What's that?
Maybe no discussion is needed for.
Oh, no. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. All right. So
I'm no
let's-
expert on Robert's rules. I'm afraid. Luckily, Commissioner Byrd is. Yes, I will take the roll. So this is a motion to table this matter until the open meeting of October 5th. Yes. Okay, so I'll take the roll. Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
No.
Commissioner Maestas is still absent, I believe. Madam Chair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion to table this matter to the open meeting of October 5th is approved with 3 commissioners in favor, 1 commissioner against, and 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, we'll proceed to the next matter, which is item number 11, 22-00020 UT in the matter of the implementation and administration of the community solar program. Russell Fisk will present a potential order concerning P&Ms and EPE's joint motion for extension not to exceed 45 days. So please proceed, Russell.
Yes, Madam Chair. So just yesterday, commissioners, I sent you the proposed order for this matter. So I'm looking at the memo of September 20th. If you want to follow along, let me open it. Here we go. Okay. So, pardon me, let me get in the right spot here. Okay. So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, the P&M and EPE are 2 of the 3 quote unquote qualifying utilities as defined by the Community Solar Act. They're, of course, the 3, along with SPS, they're the 3 investor-owned electric utilities. They are the utilities that have certain responsibilities under our act, under the act, and under the Commission's Community Solar Rule with regard to the statewide community solar program that's currently being, in the process of being implemented by the Commission with help from our program administrator, Incline Inc. One of those requirements required 3 utilities to file, to quote, this is from the rule, file all tariffs, agreements, and forms necessary for implementation of the community solar program within 60 days of the effective date of the rule. And the rule became effective with upon being published in the New Mexico Register on July 12th. So the 60-day deadline fell on September 12th of this year, and the deadline has been extended twice by single signature order at my request. As you will recall, I've had it on the agenda and had to pull it off due to the press of other business on the agenda. But now that deadline has been extended to today at close of business. So the deadline remains, has not passed. So the proposed order that I prepared would grant an extension of this of the deadline only with respect to forms and agreements concerning interconnection of community solar projects. In the joint motion, EPE and PNM don't make any argument. I didn't see the people for the parties that filed or interested persons who filed oppositions didn't see really any response or any reasoning as to why there should have been a 45-day extension or should be a 45-day extension for any portion of the tariffs, forms, agreements, except for there was a reason given by PNM and EPE for extending the time for forms and agreements concerning interconnection, and that is, of course, that the interconnection rule is rulemaking is pending. The commission, to the extent that interconnection forms and agreements will be filed now, they would be in accordance with the current rule and not with the anticipated amended rule. And so the proposed order would extend the deadline for filing interconnection forms and agreements for all 3 utilities, including SPS, which is not part of this motion, to honor before 5 business days after the commission's issuance of an order adopting an amended interconnection rule in docket 21-00266 UT, is the interconnection rulemaking, or any other final dispositive order in that docket, in case for some reason the commission doesn't adopt an amended rule. Of course, it's anticipated that commission probably will, but the commission cannot, prejudge that matter for the purposes of this matter. So as far as what has been filed so far, on September 12th, SPS, which is not among the movements, but I thought I'd mention what they've done, filed an advice notice, which included a community solar program credit rider and a community solar subscriber organization agreement. So they simultaneously filed a docketed compliance filing, opening a new docket 22-00240 UT. Then 2 days later, on the extended deadline after the first single signature order, which, as I said, has now been extended to the 21st. The EPE filed its application for approval of tariffs necessary for implementation of the community solar program. That's the title of the application. Opening a new docket 22-00243 UT, but the EPE did not file an advice notice. And then same day, PNM filed an advice notice, including a community solar rider, a community solar administrative cost rider, and a community solar.
Russell?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask whoever is unmuted to please mute. I'm just hearing a lot of feedback. I don't know about anybody else. So
I am too. I'm hearing a lot.
Yeah. So whoever isn't muted, could you please mute yourself? Thanks. Okay, if you could proceed, Russell, maybe just go a little slower because it's hard for me to catch all your words because of the feedback. Really, it's the feedback. But anyhow, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll slow down. So just to summarize where the filings actually stand, the 2 movements for this extension, EPE and PNM, have done 2 different things. EPE filed only a docketed application and failed to file an advice notice, which is how tariffs, forms, and agreements are filed generally. PNM filed an advice notice. They didn't file an application, which is fine. There's no reason that a docketed application has to be filed, but an advice notice should have been by EPE. So I'll get into that a little bit right after this. SPS, as I said, is not among these movements. They did file both docketed, not an application, but a docketed compliance filing, but they also did file an advice notice. So each of them did something a little different than the other, but PNM having filed an advice notice and EPE having filed an application without an advice notice seem to have partially abandoned this request for an extension, i.e. this motion. It's not clear. The extent to which they are no longer requesting an extension is unclear because the movements have not provided such clarification. As per the commission's usual procedures, PNM's advice notice is currently under review by staff for completeness and for compliance with the community solar rule. So PNM's I don't know if it's complete. I don't know if it complies with the rule, but we're going through our usual process of having staff review it. And then, I've discussed this matter with the commission's advisor and consultant in this with regard to community solar. Staff will do its review as always of any new advice notice for the P&M advice notice and the SPS advice notice that has been filed, and we'll issue a memo. The SPS was the first to file an advice notice, and it'll be effective in 30 days, which is October 12th. So before October 12th, once a staff memo has been issued for P&M, for the P&M and SPS advice notices, stating whether under the rule, the advice notices are complete and compliant, then I believe Arthur and I will have more to add on the same day that staff presents its recommendations, because as you know, Arthur has special, he's working on the implementation of the program, one, and two, he does, staff can read the rule, but Arthur also has obviously specialized knowledge regarding community solar that the commission may want to consider when considering the advice notices. But first we'll get staff's recommendations. So with P&M, that's under review by staff, and so does SPS's advice notice, which is not part of this motion anyway. On the second page of the memo, EPE, however, unilaterally decided to just file a docketed application. SPS did a docketed matter too, but SPS filed an advice notice as well. But EPE decided to file that application without filing an accompanying advice notice. This proposed order would state that's unjustified. The proposed order would require EPE to file an advice notice compliant with the rule on or before this Monday, with the exception of interconnection forms and agreements. So I won't spend a lot of time going through the motion itself, because I've really described the motion in terms of it breaks down a number of categories of agreements, forms, and tariffs that P&M and EPE believe will be needed, are needed for among the tariffs, agreements, and forms that would be needed for the program to implement the program. But they only really support their motion for exception when it comes to the interconnection agreement. And there's really no interconnection forms and agreements because there's the pending rulemaking. Otherwise, they don't really give much of a reason at all, which is CCSA. The two parties that responded to the motion in opposition to it were CCSA Coalition for, I remember. Let's see, pardon. Sorry about that. What does that stand for? There are a lot of these organizations with initials. Coalition for Community Solar Access and the City of Las Cruces were the two interested persons who filed oppositions. And they made similar comments to what I just said. There was no specific argument provided for extending the deadline for other elements of the tariffs, forms, and agreements, except for interconnection. Now, the city notes in its motion that actually the city has a more nuanced response, saying that certain categories could be delayed somewhat. I wasn't really convinced that they needed to be delayed. The commission, as the city notes, not only did the three utilities have 60 days from the date that the rule was actually published in the New Mexico Register, the effective date, but they knew the content of the rule long before that. I believe like something like 30 or 40 days before that, because the commission adopted the rule and then adopted some revisions, well before it was actually published on the effective date. So they had plenty of time. So timing doesn't seem to be an issue. Plus, there were two workshops held by presided over by Arthur that helped. That was for the purpose of helping the utilities formulate their community solar bill credit tariffs, which is a somewhat complicated issue. So the proposed order would have the commission find that the motion should be partially granted just with regard to forms and agreements concerning interconnection, The proposed order would have the commission find that those should be filed, as I said, within 5 business days after an amended rule has been adopted. The proposed order would have the commission note the city's argument that the record in the pending interconnection rulemaking suggests that the proceeding will result in an amended interconnection rule that does not alter the current rule in any way that would impact the utilities interconnection forms and agreements. So as the city had argued, maybe don't really have to wait for the outcome of that rulemaking, because it appears that that from the record that it may not result in any changes, or probably will not result in any changes, according to the city, that would affect these tariffs. But the proposed order would have the commission state that it will not ground any decision in this matter upon assumptions about the outcome of a separate matter that remains pending before the commission, as one, such assumptions do not provide solid grounds for decision. In other words, presuming the outcome of the interconnection rulemaking is a presumption that there's no final order, would not provide solid grounds for decision here on the motion to extend. And 2, doing so would imply that the commission has reached a decision in the pending matter, because the commission is the ultimate decision maker in that matter and is somehow applying it before announcing that decision. So the commission should not take that action and should wait for the actual outcome of that proceeding. And I learned this week that there's actually, the record isn't even closed in that rulemaking. There's been an order calling for more. The commission has issued an order calling for more comments. So certainly the commission should not, try to anticipate the outcome of that proceeding, but should simply wait for the outcome, which hopefully will happen. And is still expected to happen, I believe, in a timely manner, so that the interconnection rule, tariffs, forms, agreements will still be filed before any project applies for interconnection, because there's still a lot of process to go for implementation, as you know. The proposed order would also have the commission agree with the 2 opponents to the respondents to the motion that many of the tariffs, forms, and agreements that the utilities must file pursuant to the rule provide important information for potential bidders in the project selection process to consider when formulating their bids. The proposed order would have the commission find that, except with respect to interconnection forms and agreements, the movements have not provided any compelling reason for extending the deadline that would overcome potential bidders' compelling interest in receiving this information in a timely manner. And those arguments were responding to comments in the joint motion by EPE and PNM that there's no urgency to these filings, because the request for the program administrator's selection process for which is being called a request for proposal process for bids for particular projects to be selected as per the criteria in the rule, is expected to happen in December at this point. And so the PNM and EP argued, though, there's no urgency. But of course, CCSA and the city are right that potential bidders need a lot of this information as early as possible so that they can start formulating bids. It's very important as part of the economics and the understanding of exactly how they should proceed and what their bids should include. So the proposed order would have the commission note that PNM has filed an advice notice, which is currently under review by staff for compliance and completeness. And the proposed order would have the commission note that EP has chosen not to file an advice notice, and would have the commission further note that an application may accompany an advice notice filing in appropriate instances. There are instances, of course, like rate cases where both are filed at the same time. However, EP's application was not accompanied by an advice notice. And so the proposed order would have the commission find that the rule, by calling for the filing of tariffs, agreements, and forms, calls for the filing of an advice notice, the method by which tariffs, agreements, and forms are required to be filed by the commission's rules and by the long-standing practice of the commission and the utilities. So it would require EPE to file an advice notice on or before this Monday. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, does anyone have questions for Russell?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
So just trying to sum things up, this in concisely as I can. This order requires an advice notice. This order requires that all of the rate information be submitted in accordance with the original deadline with no extension, in order to be sure that bidders on community solar projects have enough information to make informed bids. And this order allows one exception to that, which is on interconnection, where we don't have an interconnection rule in place yet that enables the utilities to come up with something on that particular aspect of the pricing. Did I sum that up correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, except for the fact that it wouldn't be the original date of September 12th that would be enforced against anyone here, because one, PNM has already filed an advice notice, SPS has already filed. Those may not be complete. They may have problems, and there may be another advice notice required from each of them or one of them, but we don't know that yet because they're under review by staff. And like I said, if there's anything to add over and above staff's recommendations, based on Arthur's review of these of what's been filed, that will be all presented to the commission before October 12th. But EPE would actually get an extension because, as I said, it was really for my benefit to prepare this matter finally for the commission, that it's been extended twice to today. And then I just felt, in an order that's requiring these filings, which are, hopefully from EPE will be an extensive advice notice filing. We'll see. The commission could order them to file it tomorrow or later today. But I just thought, let's make it Monday so that there is some time. I mean, that is giving them an extension that I don't think, is really necessarily deserved. But most of this extension has been for my sake to get in front of the commission. And I feel like the order should give them at least enough time to do, if they haven't done what they need to do it. And so that there is a little bit of an extension there, yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Any other commissioners have any questions or comments?
I'll move the order.
I'll second it. Commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, let's take the roll. Russell, can you please do that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Now I'll mark Commissioner Maestas as absent. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the proposed order is adopted with 4 commissioners in favor and 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, let's see. Let's proceed to item number Roman numeral 9. Discussion. It's a discussion item, and it's item number 12. It's 22-00089 UT. In the matter of a commission inquiry into a rulemaking to implement the Grid Modernization Act, New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 62-8-13, parentheses 2019. Commissioner Fishman wanted to bring up this item, which is called a discussion on procedure. Commissioner Fishman, would you like to tee this up?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Pardon?
Oops.
Commissioner Byrd, I missed what you said.
I said has 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. That's easy. Essentially, I've been hearing comments from various folks about this rule and its progress or lack of progress. And so it's kind of put me a little bit up in the air about where we are and what we as a commission hope to accomplish before the end of the year here on this particular rulemaking. And there's different aspects to it. You know, some of it could be procedural stuff about, okay, what's a grid modernization filing supposed to look like? What's it have to include? What shouldn't it include? And then I guess just basically what the possible scope of the rule would be. So I just wanted to get some clarity on where we are with it and see if the commission can, you know, kick around some ideas about what we want to accomplish with it before the end of the year. So with that, I'll have beat Commissioner Byrd's 3-minute time limit, and we can go on to further discussion from commissioners.
Commissioner Fishman, let me ask you, are you directing your questions to certain staff members? I mean, my understanding was that the proceeding was the rulemaking process was proceeding apace. They've conducted a number of rulemaking, a number of workshops, and received a report from GridWorks. And the next step is to draft a rule, and I believe Hans is commencing on that. So I'm not sure what untimeliness you've heard referred to, but certainly I'm sure someone on staff, like I'm the first person that pops into my head is Art O'Donnell, but I don't know if he's present today. I'm sure they could walk you through the time frame. Oh, there is Art. Do you want to ask Art or Hans? But okay, there's Art. Maybe you should just Art, would you like to just run through the steps that we conducted so far? See if I haven't said anything correctly. I would like Commissioner Fishman's concerns to be allayed to the extent they can be.
Madam Chair, yes.
Yes.
And Commissioner Fishman and other commissioners, thank you very much. Commissioner Fishman is right in the respect that time is short, right? And I think that it is important for the commission to at least have a sense of what the art of the possible is. Since February, our consultant GridWorks has been conducting a series of webinars about topics related to grid modernization. And these range from bringing in national experts from the labs or practitioners from around the country as to what best practices are in a number of the areas that were identified by the underlying legislation, which was HB 233 passed in 2020, that essentially set up a process for the state to create a grid modernization roadmap. Now that belonged to a sister agency, the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Division, but we've been working closely with them. That process for the webinars has been completed. GridWorks has issued a report and recommendations on how that information can be used to inform a notice of proposed rulemaking. Now we've asked GridWorks to provide a presentation directly to the commission in one of the commission meetings. And right now we're looking at either October 5th or October 12th. They're experts, Jeff Ackerman, former commissioner from Colorado, and Zormond, who's a consultant with GridWorks, are available either of those days. So it's up to the commission to schedule that. They do not provide language for an OPR. What they do provide are the important issues that could be addressed in an OPR and some principles for dealing with some of the issues that were not addressed in the legislation. And I'll just point out, one of the main ones is while the legislation identified what comprises grid modernization projects that the utilities could ask for funding to pursue. It does not give guidance as to how to evaluate those projects, right? There are 7 criteria for the commission to take into consideration, but they're basically kind of, if we did grid modernization, it should help affect more renewables for disadvantaged communities, for instance, or improving interregional transfers of renewable energy so that New Mexico can participate in markets. Those are the kinds of things the legislature had in mind. The things that were not addressed is what kind of cost benefit analysis should the commission apply to grid modernization proposals from the utilities? Also, there's a provision in the act that allows the commission to ask utilities to bring forth projects, right? Specific projects that might meet these criteria for grid modernization so that they can be considered for rate-based treatment. So all of those things do need to be considered in a rulemaking. There are other things that GridWorks did not touch on that from my perspective, should be fundamental to a grid modernization rulemaking. And the most important of those is reliability reporting. It is common throughout the United States. Other states, I just did an internet search and I found that basically half of the states and jurisdictions require utilities to report on the reliability of their system at the circuit and regional level. And these reports are very well known. They focus on the standard metrics for reliability, which you're aware of as SAIDI, SAFE, MAFE, and CAIDI, which measure the number of interruptions or the duration of interruptions to customer and provide an average. I would make a proposal that become part and parcel of a grid modernization rulemaking as well, because that provides fundamental information that the commission does not have currently about the state of the system, and also to incorporate a planning element to that, which is you identify the worst performing circuits and you bring forth a plan to fix those circuits. Now,
Arthur, I have a question.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Were those topics discussed during the webinars at all? Were there workshops?
Reliability? No, the reliability reporting was not, but the other topics were.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
There was an introduction to reliability generally, but it did not go down to this level, right? So you won't see that in GridWorks report, but I would make a proposal to incorporate that in an NOPR.
Okay.
There are other things. I don't want to go too detailed because it's really up to the commission to determine what it wants to do with the information that GridWorks is providing and how it could be accommodated within the very short time frame that we have left. So with that, I'll just leave it at that. I think that it is important for the commission to set the direction, but it is likely that the next commission is going to be the entity that implements whatever happens.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true. But certainly the next commission will have to be the implementer. All we can do is establish a rule. So thank you very much, Art. That's helpful. Commissioner Fishman, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, apart from the GridWorks meetings, have there been workshops that give us some more indication about where this rule might go and what should be included in it?
This commission has not established any workshops on this. Just 2 things to remind you that MNERD was crafting a roadmap for grid modernization. They never quite completed that process, but as you recall, the very first thing that I did when I came on board with this commission was to present the 11 action areas that MNERD had identified, and together we worked to identify what this commission's priorities were and to move forward with those. And of course, those are the things that we're talking about now: integrated resource planning, the advanced inverter capabilities, AMI installation, and you have now live applications before you, and generally interconnection. And what was further down the line would be distribution resource planning, which GridWorks did concentrate on quite a bit in there. So no specific workshops from this group. MNERD completed its process, or ended its process last year, and there hasn't been anything further on that. I do understand that there is a move in the legislature for a new bill on grid modernization focusing on economic development opportunities. I don't have any more information than that, but I know that it's being discussed at the legislative level. So this is timely, and it really is the next step for the commission to take in providing the basic platforms that will be necessary for addressing utility applications in the future. I think that to me is the most pressing thing, is that utilities are already coming to the commission with applications, AMI, couched in grid modernization. PNM is expected to file a comprehensive grid modernization plan with the commission in October. We're not quite ready to deal with that stuff unless we have some basic policy decisions made, and that's what this NOPR could help.
Okay. Does that help you, Steve?
Yeah. So just to confirm is, apart from the GridWorks meeting, we don't have any workshop records to inform our first draft for a NOPR. But we do have work from the MNRD process that has ended that might give us some stuff to work with.
Yes, I would say that that's true, and the commission could establish a workshop before the end of the year on this issue of reliability reporting. That would be a really good thing to do, right? Because we know that the utilities have this information. It's just making it available to the commission and to the public, really. I mean, what is the best form to do that?
Yeah. That sounds like something that if they didn't, certainly that wasn't brought up in the report. I think we should talk about, we should have a workshop on that. And I would say, you know, in pretty short order, I don't know, notice it for a couple of weeks or something like that. Certainly the parties have been engaged in watching and participating in the webinars. So maybe they'd be looking to that. I'd be interested in were parties asking for workshops as well? Stakeholders, I should say.
Not really. I mean, it's they have just gotten the same report from GridWorks that you've been presented, and we haven't gotten any further comment. But there's really no process. This was not done within a docket, right? This was done preliminary to a NOPR. So really, there is no record per se. We can start establishing a record through a workshop, even though workshop information.
Well, I think this sounds like a next step that should be happening really soon.
Right, and I am happy I can very quickly put together a straw proposal of issues to be addressed in the workshop and start working on that. I just await your direction.
Okay, excellent. I think that would be the right thing to start with. Let's do that. What, you agree with that, Commissioner Fishman? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything further? Other commissioners, do you have any questions or suggestions or comments? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd?
No, Madam Chair, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
No, and I will ask that we schedule GridWorks to make a presentation directly to the commission in the next couple of weeks. As I said, they have indicated they are available October 5th or October 12th, and Jeff Ackerman would like to do it in person if you're going to be in person. Otherwise, we'll do it as a hybrid.
One other question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
So, you know, I know that there had been the issue of hosting capacity. Does that, Arthur, in your mind, fall in the grid mod rulemaking area, or does that belong somewhere else?
Well, Commissioner Fishman and Madam Chair, by default, we moved it into grid modernization, and it was one of the topics that was addressed by GridWorks on that. And hosting capacity just generally is the tools and the models used to identify where on the system you can accommodate additional penetration of distributed energy resources, or where there are constraints that need to be met. it's a really important aspect if you're doing any kind of distribution planning to identify where your bottlenecks are. And the grid modernization element of it is that either the utilities could come with an application to alleviate those bottlenecks, or the commission could ask that the utilities do that. So it is a component of this. We decided that it was too controversial to try and shoehorn into the interconnection policy. Utilities were definitely against that. There seems to be less resistance to addressing it in a grid modernization format because it actually works to the advantage of the utilities, right? Because it helps bolster any requests that they might have for projects that fit into that category. So that was a choice that we made, and it is addressed in GridWorks report.
So one follow-up to that is in putting together a NOPR, we wouldn't need to, in order to put a rule in place, we wouldn't need to have hosting capacity analysis completed. We could simply, in the rule, require that hosting capacity analysis be completed by X and X date or after X and Y steps. Is that accurate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, we could do that, and that may be probably the best way to deal with it. Just remember, there are two levels of hosting capacity. One is that you're analyzing a specific circuit, right, for a specific application, or you're looking at it systemically, territory-wide. That's where the utilities had hesitation about going down that route, because they saw it to be a very complex system. I think that work around the country has shown that it's not really as complex as they might make it out to be, that there are many tools. We have a lot of work that we've been doing on hosting capacity, which will inform the commission as we go forward. But yeah, that would be sufficient. I think for the purposes of a NOPR, what you want to have is, what is the commission's vision for grid modernization, right? What do we want to accomplish with it? What do we specifically have to do in order to have a basis of information like the reliability reporting? How should we treat the cost benefit analysis associated with these projects? That's a really important part of the rulemaking. And what to do next, right? Like many of the things that we've been pursuing, these are really multi-year endeavors, right? Is that you're not going to solve it all at once immediately, but you can put the commission on the right track. And that's what I would look forward to.
Thanks. That's good to hear, Art. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're asking these hard questions, Commissioner Fishman. I know I've been concerned about making sure we get it right in the rule about hosting capacity, because currently that seems to be an issue that makes it problematic for certainly customers in my district it would occur wherever PNM system is, that this is, it makes it difficult for customers in certain areas that have been redlined on a map by PNM it makes it impossible for them to connect to the grid with their system, because with their rooftop system, because the hosting capacity is not well enough known on those distribution circuits. And, and it's impacting a large section of Albuquerque and areas near Santa Fe and other spots around the state. But, it seems that if we're going to encourage grid modernization, we need to make sure the utilities have their ducks in a row, and this rule would, require that they move forward with that hosting capacity and analysis that they must have, and they say they must have, and it makes sense that they would need to have, so they could understand the impacts of influxes of distributed generation onto the grid and how to manage the stability. So It's an important feature, and I'm glad to hear that we can that it's something that we can address in this rule. I mean, I'm glad to hear it. I know we haven't been able to, but it's definitely something that I think is a good goal to work on in this rule. So, any other comments or questions by anybody? We have our expert sitting here talking to us. Commissioner Fishman, did you have any more thoughts?
No, but I certainly encourage getting a workshop together pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would say so too.
And I think it'd be great to put together a NOPR, or at least kind of take a stab at it, and get that done pretty quickly. And I think that'll help clarify. Just going through that effort will help clarify to everybody what the game plan is.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arthur. I appreciate your input. And thank you, Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you for your time.
I think we'll move on to the next item, Roman number 11, communication with Chief of Staff. And I understand Brad Borman can speak for him. Brad, are there any comments from Chief of Staff's arena, since the real guy isn't here this week?
Brett, I don't mean to interrupt, but Madam Chair, I think you skipped an item.
Oh, I'm sorry, item 14, the PRC work plan review. Thank you.
Madam Chair, item 13.
Oh, sorry, I had my page turned. Oh, I apologize. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, Russell, I'm sorry, item number 10. Discussion and potential is item number 13. 22-00214 UT. This is under discussion and potential action. It's in the matter of the Commission's 2022 annual report to the Legislature regarding the status of the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per section 63-9H-6 of the Rural Telecommunications Act of New Mexico. Russell Fisk will present discussion of staff's draft report and interested persons' comment. This is a potential order adopting a report to the Legislature, and this is the potential procedural order. Sorry about that, Russell. Please proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair. So as I noted in my email to the Commission yesterday, I did not have a chance to do my draft report for the Commission. Staff has done a very good draft report, which I did provide, but I'll bring this back next week. We have another open meeting. The Commission has another open meeting in which to adopt the final version of this year's annual report, regarding the status of the SOUSF and broadband, et cetera. Last year, the Commission, I think, issued a very good report, describing, first laying out, just as this report does. I mean, staff did their draft based on last year's report, the amounts that are going to different various statutory requirements of the fund, such as access reduction support payments to the rural ILECs, broadband program, which is, as you will recall, the Commission usually backs into that amount, as the Commission wants to spend as much as it can under the $30 million statutory cap on the whole fund. First, you determine what the other requirements of the fund are, mostly the rural ILEC payments, and then also, as added last year, the ARS, the access reduction support like payment. In other words, it's not access reduction support, but it's similar to it for Sacred Wind. That was determined last year. So that was part of the other burdens on the fund. And then the broadband program, there was, I believe, 11.5 million about left over for the broadband program. And so that was reported. I don't think actually the Commission had all that information by October 1st, which was the deadline last year and the deadline this year. But the Commission reported on the projected fund amounts for last year. And this report that staff has drafted would do the same thing. And then it would go on to provide specific information that's called for by the statute as amended in 2021. This is the Rural Telecom Act for this report, which includes the service areas that are served by, currently the projects, broadband projects that have been granted. And staff also includes a discussion of the efforts that we have made, the staff has made in particular, but also me, reaching out to the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, which is within NMDUIT, both of which were established by the 2021 legislation to create overall standards and a statewide broadband plan. As I've notified the commission, they're still working on that, but they are working as per my last email. We had a representative of the Connect New Mexico Council on our last call between us and the council, and also representatives of OBAE, or OBI as they call it, the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. And so they are working to meet two deadlines that we gave them with regard to, one is October 15th, for them to provide any kind of guidance on prioritization of projects in this year's application cycle that they can give us. If they don't, then they won't have any input this year. There's, both the council and the Office of Broadband, the OBI, are, they're still getting up and running. There is no statewide broadband plan. And they're also working on this the new issue, a wonderful issue to be working on, which is all the federal money that's coming in. So they have a lot of coordination to do, and they might not have much input for us on this year's application cycle, but they know the deadline, they're working on it. And then of course the commission has a rulemaking going on, to actually change our rule to conform to the 2021 amendments. And it'll either be, we've asked those entities, especially OBI, to prepare to file comments. They have a deadline of October 20th. So they're working toward those. We should have, hopefully next week, we'll have another call with them to see what the progress is, because it's a big, they just have so much to do, and that I will see what happens. But the report describes those efforts, which is an important part of what we need to report to the legislature. We're doing everything we're supposed to do during a rulemaking, trying to get input from them informally before a new rule is in place. They'll have to, OBI will have to do, NMDUIT will have to do a rule themselves, and the council may have to do a rule, but we're doing as much as we can, and that's what it reports at this point, and everybody understands that. So the one thing I had said that the commission should actually vote on today is, what would the commission like to recommend to the legislature with regard to the SRUSF, broadband specifically, but also the SRUSF in general, because that's something that's asked for in the statute, the commission's recommendations. And this is an annual report. Last year, the commission had two recommendations, which were picked up by a representative. God, I can't recall her name. I'm sorry, but she picked it up promptly and introduced legislation in last year's 30-day session that just tracked exactly what we had put, the commission had put in its recommendation in the report. But I guess maybe it wasn't on the governor's call or something like that. It was a 30-day session. I don't know if it was even considered, but it certainly didn't pass. The commission could ask for the same, make the same recommendations this year, which were, one, the first recommendation was to raise the $30 million statutory cap on the fund to $40 million for a period of 3 years, not permanently, but for 3 years. And that would allow more broadband projects to be granted. Not all of them, there'll still be some shortfall. But as explained in last year's report, the pandemic led to just a radical increase, a very large increase in the number of applications that the commission received. And the commission explained that because of the cap, the $30 million cap overall in the fund, the commission could only grant some of them. The commission granted as many as they could and wanted to grant all of them because they all qualified under our rules. But that was explained. And the same thing will be true this year. We don't know exactly what the shortfall will be, but last year, the shortfall was something like, let's see, let me get this. If you look at if you want to follow on the report, on page 7 of staff's report, They give a history of the Broadband Program Award funding. And last year, there was $37 million requested by and funding requested from the commission. And the commission only had $11.5 million available. And as you recall, that's because the access reduction support payments to the rural ILECs surprisingly went up. They actually a few of them served more access lines. We're serving more access lines, and we actually have an inquiry open on that, but I won't get into that. So there wasn't that much available. Prior there had been 13.9, but the commission awarded as much as it could of that. This year, we don't know exactly what the amount will be at this point, which we didn't last year when we did the report either, of what will be available after the other burdens are satisfied, because we've requested the information needed to calculate the other burdens on the fund, the rural ILEC payments, and the payment to Sacred Wind. And I believe that information is due this week or next week. So we may have that information for the report, but it's going to be a large shortfall. It's not, I mean, we're not going to, it could be, may have more than 11.5 available, or less, hopefully not a lot less. We'll see. But what's been requested this year is less. Last year was $37 million requested in funding from the fund through the applications. This year it's about 31 million, but it's going to be a big shortfall. Probably 20 million or 15 or 20 million, somewhere in there. So the commission might make the same recommendation if the commission is still interested in making that recommendation of a temporary increase in the statutory cap, or the commission could decide something else, just letting the commission know what the recommendation was last year, and that the commission was pursued in the legislature, but it didn't go anywhere. So this year is a 60-year, or next year is a 60-day session, so that may change. And then the other recommendations that were made to the legislature last year were for the authorization to use, I believe, a total of $75,000 from the SRUSF proceeds, the proceeds that are raised by the per connection charge that appears on each New Mexico voice customer's bill. That up to $75,000 could be used for two purposes. One was to hire an independent auditor to conduct an audit of the use of access reduction support payments by the rural ILECs. They report on that, the use of the funds, but we've never audited them. We haven't really had the money. It's not, and under the SRUSF, the provisions of the Rural Telecom Act, it's not clear that we could use SRUSF funding to hire an auditor. But so we asked for legislation that would make that clear. And then the $75,000 would also be used for another kind of type of auditing, which would be measurement and verification of the results of the broadband program projects that have been funded so far. Again, we require in our rules reporting by the companies on that they have actually met the speeds and the coverage that they promise in their application, that they've used the funds to actually accomplish that. And all of them are reported that they have, but we've never subjected that to any kind of independent verification. Again, the money issue. So those were the two recommendations. One, raising the cap to $40 million temporarily for 3 years, and the other was with this audit, using money from the SRUSF to audit use of access reduction support funding, and also to do measurement and verification, of some random set of the projects that have been completed using broadband program funding. So the commission might consider that. So all I'm asking today is that the commission take a vote on what the recommendations will be, because that way I'll be able to prepare a draft report based on staff's report that includes whatever the commission's recommendations will be. So I would ask the commission to consider that and vote on that today if possible.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Well, I guess my concern is I didn't appreciate that there was some doubt about, maybe I did at the time, that we were inquiring about the ability to use the funding from from the SRUSF for the audit function. So are you saying that we would be repeating that request if we so chose this year, and then also repeating the request to increase the our portion that we can spend from $30,000 to $40,000? Those would be repeat requests. Is that what you were saying, Russell?
Well, I'm not even recommending that the commission, this is totally up to the commission because this is a recommendation of the legislature.
Well, if we were to do that,
But yeah, the same as, if you would decide to do the same as last year, that's what it would be, the increase to $40 million of the total statutory cap so that the commission could grant, temporarily for 3 years. That's what was recommended last year. So the commission could grant more broadband program projects funding with it for this year and next year. Even it could even be for this year because we could do it retroactively when it comes to the legislative session because it's early, but next year. So that's what was recommended along with the audit, to authorize use of $75,000 for auditing purposes for rural ILEX payments, and also to hire a measurement and verification firm to make sure do a random set of these projects that have reported that that the speeds and the coverage they've achieved is in accordance with their application. It would just be to verify the reporting, in both instances. That's what the commission did last year. The commission doesn't have to do anything this year, but I just noted that it was something that was pursued right into the legislature and didn't go anywhere last year. It might go somewhere this year, but the commission might have a totally different idea this year.
I see. Okay, fellow commissioners, any comments, thoughts, or suggestions? Commissioner, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Fishman.
A couple of questions is we've got all these federal funds coming in. Could any of those federal funds be used to fund this program as opposed to us charging customers for it?
Commissioner Fishman, that's a good question. That has been part of the discussion. I've been involved in these calls. There's been more calls, that staff that Mike Ripperger and Eugene Evans have had with particularly the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion about the use of both. For one thing, there's a state fund that's set up. I don't recall the exact amount. I believe that the OBI has some money, and obviously a lot of federal money just came in. And is it available for these projects? Well, for one thing, there are specific requirements with regard to speeds that not all our requirements for speeds in our rural are, I believe, 25 megabits per second download, and which is an older standard, a lower standard. And I believe that the federal infrastructure bill requires any projects funded by it to be 100, maybe 100 down, 100 up. I can get clarification, Mike, on that. And we discussed that during the last couple of calls that we had with OBI and the count. And there was one member of the council present, Luis Reyes, the president of Kit Carson Electric Co-op, was on the call, and he's on the council, so we're coordinating with everybody. But I guess most of the applications do. I believe Mike Ripperger said most of the applications we got this year do meet that 100 standard. I don't know what the other federal standards are. We really are kind of dependent on OBI and the council here, especially OBI, because they haven't done a statewide broadband plan yet. That's part of what they have to do, and they're trying to work in the federal standards to that. One can seek waivers of some of those standards from the federal government. I'm sure that's going to be a process. There would be a process, but it's really up to them. We pointed it out. We provided applications from last year's cycle. We've said repeatedly. They know we have applications that we will not be able to fund, and they know the ones that we haven't been able to fund last year. And we're they're very aware of these issues, and they're still working so much out, I think, for themselves as to what the overall plan will be, especially working in the federal money. It was a big enough task, with just regard to state money and providing the state requirements. So unfortunately, I just don't know. They know that it's something we would like, and we'd like any kind of funding for those people but there are, of course, they've raised anti-donation clause issues when it comes to the state, because, the anti-donation clause of the Constitution is quite broad. Now, you may ask why that wouldn't apply to the SRUSF. And luckily, we just haven't been challenged on that. I mean, it was funny, Madam Chair, your husband wrote a very good memo about the anti-donation clause, which Michael Smith gave me. And it said he didn't see any reason why the SRUSF would be exempt from that clause. But no one's challenged it, and hopefully no one ever will. It's been going so long.
Well, I thought, Russell, that the that the state rural fund was exempt because it wasn't technically government funds. It was funds that were collected from consumers to fund it. And that was the excuse to say that it wasn't an anti-donation violation.
And Commissioner Fishman, I think that would be I haven't done a detailed analysis. I just hope, I'm hoping we will never get a challenge. And I'm not sure the court the Supreme Court could uphold a challenge at this point. I mean, it's been going for 15 years or something, so I hope we don't see that. But it is a different kind of funding.
Russell, excuse me just for a minute. I just wanted to let you know, my husband doesn't really advocate one way or another. He says it's frequently disregarded when there are large projects that are essentially a public policy matter, like what is it? The scholarships, the state lottery scholarships, things like that. The law is often just disregarded. So I don't think he was advocating against the state rural universal service fund.
He definitely was not. He just noted that it's been going, it hasn't been challenged, and but I don't know about the federal money. I don't know, but again, this is really something that we have to wait for OBI and essentially OBI, because they're supposed to, that's how they pronounce the Office of Broadband Excellent Expansion, because they have to do the coordination, and they're working hard for our two deadlines for this year. And we don't know how much progress they've made. Hopefully we'll try to set up a call, because we're supposed to have a progress call, next week, I believe. So we'll know more then about how they're doing. But, I really don't have the answer to those questions. We've let them know repeatedly and sent them applications that we have denied and said, if you can fund these somehow, please do.
Well, so Russell, one other question there is, it feels like it's going to take them some time to get everything together for the big projects. And in the meantime, obviously, one of the advantages of the SRUSF is that we can, on a smaller scale, take care of some situations that can be pretty urgent and pretty dire. And, I hope there's some discussion going on that to the degree that they're going to be maybe fairly slow in their rollout, that we could make more funds available for this program to handle those kinds of issues. So, what the exact solution is, I don't know, but at least it seems to me that should be a matter for discussion. So is that a matter of discussion, Russell?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Commissioner. Yes, I agree with what you said. I mean, who knows? We certainly can't count on any other applications being funded in any of those other ways, because it's, it's up in the air, and I don't know if all the programs would meet the federal qualifications, and also they might not fit into a plan, any overall plan that may come out. Because some of this federal money will be spent, I think a lot of it, I've been told, for what's called backbone, which would mean it wouldn't be the last mile from backbone to house. It would be the actual big backbone projects, which are, like a huge trunk essentially of fiber and, strategically selected areas of the state that's very expensive, and would support a lot of different, areas we support a region, and then there'd be last mile that would connect to that. And we mostly, our projects are generally last mile. So there's a lot to coordinate there. And so I would say, I would agree with what you said, Commissioner Fishman. I mean, let's not, we certainly can't assume that we'll get any funding for these applications, especially so soon as these applications. So the commission, might want to again pursue an increase in the statutory cap so that there'd be funding from the fund to cover at least some of it.
And then one other comment is Commissioner Byrd, do not start your campaign to end the lottery scholarship based on anti-donation violations. Wait until the election is over before you start that, okay? It doesn't deserve a comment back, so a smile's fine.
So Russell, when we arrived at that $40,000 last year as an amount to request, we arrived at that by determining what's left over after the last mile payments are made. I forget what they're called.
Rural payments. Well, Commissioner, Madam Chair, let me just interrupt. It's a $40 million, and it was just an increase in the cap, statutory cap on the fund, which would allow for, that's a $10 million increase.
Correct.
That wouldn't have covered, the entire shortfall last year, and probably wouldn't cover it this year. It was, I think the commission balanced the increased need for broadband access expansion due to COVID that results in a lot more applications, with the competing desire to not raise the per connection charge very much, and just make it temporary, to kind of get the COVID overhang of projects essentially, and then we might expect that the number of applications would go down again, or the amount requested. It did go down from last year, from 37 million requested last year to about 31 this year.
Okay, so we have a quantity. We have an amount for this year then, is that right? Identified?
We have the amount requested. We don't yet have the amount that will be available. It was 11.5 million last year, because I think the information we'll be getting, we've requested it in a recent order. We need to get access line counts from the rural ILECs and from Sacred Wind to calculate their payments. I assume it'll be again in the range of 11.5 million, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower.
Okay, so when do we expect to get that information? Because, you're asking us to, discuss what we want to have included in this report today as suggestions, and we'll need to. I would suggest that we make that suggestion, that we spend whatever is left over in the account for additional expenditures for more projects. But I think I hear you saying that we need to get more information that's not yet in our hands before we can make that a some certain. Is that correct?
No, I would say that no, because even though we don't know the precise shortfall, it'll be in the range of it's going to be in the range of about $20 million, because this year we got $30 million in applications, and we can anticipate, the ARS payments are not going to radically, the amount won't radically drop or radically increase, because it's based on access line changes. We were surprised last year that the number of access lines increased, but it wasn't an enormous increase. So we know we'll have a shortfall somewhere around $20 million, or it could be $17 million, it could be $22 million. And what the commission is asking for, or asked for, with an increase to the overall cap, was not a specific amount based on the specific shortfall. It was, for one thing, it was an amount that certainly would not have covered that last year's shortfall or this year's shortfall. It's going to be more than $1 million, and the commission only wanted to go up to 10 million. If the commission wants to make sure it can cover all of this year's applications, the commission could ask for, a $20 million or $25 million increase in the cap. And then whatever the particular shortfall is, which will probably be around, $20 million, it'll fit within that, because we don't need the precise amount.
Okay, thank you.
It would be more specific information, but we don't need it to ask for an increase in the cap.
Okay, well, my feeling is to ask for at least the amount that we think would be the ballpark to cover whatever extra projects there are outstanding. Specific, especially since the Office of Broadband is moving slowly. It bothers me that there are all these opportunities that are just going by the wayside because there's not enough money. And if we could get some more money from the legislature this year, if that seems more likely since it's not a short session, then I think we should ask for that item. And the other two items that you mentioned, I think we should also ask for too. That's just my opinion. But I'd like to hear from other commissioners, like Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Do you have any comments or thoughts on this? This certainly impacts projects, I'm sure, that are occurring in not only the Navajo Nation, but of course other rural areas as well, but they could be helpful. I just wonder, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russell, I think I need some more information based on the experience that we have over the last 15 years. Would it be possible to hear from Michael Ripperger or Eugene?
Yes, I actually didn't ask them to be present, but I think they are present. I believe they're present. Actually, I think I did ask Mike to be present. So let's see if he's here. Mike Ripperger, are you here? Let's see here. Is he here? Maybe he's not.
He's here. He's on the screen, Russell.
I see him. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. And what exactly is the question again, Madam Chair?
No, it's Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what is it again that you wanted more information on?
Michael, this is on the agenda, and our general counsel is asking that we put all our thoughts and our recommendation on the table so that he can create a proposal to vote on the next time that we have an open meeting. So, during the last 15 years, of course, increasing the cap is already on the table. Is there any concerns or any technical experience that you have seen over the years that we can also suggest to add to the legislative report?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think that, we support the increase in the cap to $40 million because the last year the commission did a sensitivity analysis on the effect of raising the cap and funding additional broadband projects, what effect that would have on the actual surcharge. And I think the administrator said the maximum effect would be maybe about $1.24 per connection, which the commission has already, I think, visited that in the beginning of the program. So that was the commission expressed that was, as far as their sensitivity to a maximum charge on customers' bills, that's about as far as they were willing to go, but felt that it was worth it in order to get the extra $10 million per year in order to fund more broadband projects. Currently, the fund has a balance of about $20 million. So there's a fair amount of money in there. It's been running a surplus, and the connection counts have been very stable. The payments have been very stable. So it's been very good about collecting the right amount of monies. And as far as other uses for the fund, I think that the commission, if the commission in the future should find that there are other uses for the fund that they think are appropriate. I think there's, and I'm not an attorney, let me preface that, but I think that there's enough latitude, and the commission has found latitude in the past in order to employ the fund for various purposes like LITAP in order to help promote universal service. But staff doesn't have any recommendations beyond that. We do we do support the monies for an audit function for the State Universal Service Fund. So that's as far as our recommendations go. I know there has been a concern with the commission, and they've expressed it before, of surplus projects that are not approved every year. What do we do about that? And there have been discussions too with OBAE and the Connect Mexico Council about, can't we just, sort of take those projects and then fund them with our monies? And, I think that the people who apply to our program would have to tailor their applications to that program, but there's nothing stopping them from doing that. And I think the commission has encouraged that in the past. And so I think there's a fair amount of flexibility that has been with the commission about that recommendation. But beyond that, staff has no additional recommendations.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think this broadband program has been a successful program because the commissioners acted in accordance with what is needed for their constituents. And the other part is, just having Michael Ripperger on board and Eugene Evans just guiding us and, creating the policy and giving the information that is necessary. I think all that has really, really improved the program over the years. Now, when it comes to making more recommendation for the legislature, I think the only part that I would probably suggest, but it's up to the other commissioners, is that if Michael Ripperger and Eugene Evans can be given an additional time to work with the Office of the Broadband for another year so that things can be smoothed out, how the program works, and to initiate the process for clarity, because it is very important that the continuity of these grants, how it's administered, how it can be crafted when new application comes in, the expertise on our team is they're there. And so going back to Russell from our general counsel's office, maybe the only suggestion that I can make is that to share our staff members and the future commission's staff members, which is Mike and Eugene, to work with the Office of the Broadband to make sure that everything is intact, and that, that's the only thing that I would recommend, Russell, is to see if our staff can be utilized in future programs such as broadband. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can respond. When it comes to giving legislation to provide another year, there's actually, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no deadline for the specific deadlines, I don't think, set in the Connect New Mexico Act for the Connect New Mexico Council to do what it needs to do, which largely involves defining terms that will be used and incorporated into the state broadband plan regarding digital inclusion and digital equity. And there's no actual deadline for OBAE to issue the state broadband plan. They're working on it. But and there's no deadline for the commission to do anything in particular, but we are ordered, in the 2021 legislation to amend our rule to conform, and we're in the process of doing that. And so we plan on having that done by the end of the year. So in terms of, I don't know, the legislation doesn't provide any particular deadlines for anyone. It just says do these things, presumably promptly. But I would say with regard to having Mike and Eugene assist OBAE and the council, I mean, in the process of conferring with them, I think they have assisted them in many ways by providing information. They did make a request recently for Mike and Eugene to, sort of provide some man hours reviewing, I believe, other applications that they have received. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, because we provided they know what our rule is and what our applications look like, and the ones we denied. But I responded on behalf of Mike and Eugene that we have a very small telecom staff. I'm sure that OBAE could use more help, like many state agencies, but we are a state agency that does not have a lot of extra. We have no extra manpower here. I mean, so we actually did say, I'm sorry, we don't, Mike and Eugene don't have extra time at this point to assist them in actually reviewing applications. We have a telecom bureau that's 3 people. And there are a lot of other things they do besides broadband. So we have helped in that we've certainly been reaching out to them and having critical conversations about, how to coordinate, and, shown that we're just, waiting instructions and giving them our deadlines for comments on the rulemaking, to if they want to say what we need to put in our rule, and for any informal input that they could give us before the commission makes a decision on broadband program applications this year. But they did ask for more manpower in reviewing their applications, not ours, but the ones they've received, or projects that they are considering for the federal money or their state money. And we are the last agency in the world that has extra manpower. We just are. Unfortunately, I mean, I think we're cooperating as much as we can, but I wouldn't want to burden Mike and Eugene with any more work. I mean, they're working on 2 reports to the legislature right now, one of which was a deadline that we missed. So we're not really in a great position to help other agencies, even though I'm sure they need help too. We need help as well. Unfortunately, that's the situation.
Commissioner Vicente, do you have any other questions, or should I move on to other commissioners?
Yes, you may move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vicente Agler. Commissioner Byrd, any thoughts?
No, ma'am, not yet. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Fishman, any further thoughts? Okay, well, Russell, what I understand is you have a potential order for us. My thought would be to, and I can make a motion, my thought would be to include the three items you mentioned. One would be to increase the Rural Universal Service Fund cap again to $40 million, I guess. I'm a little uncomfortable not knowing, having a little bit more specific concept of what that should be, but and I'd certainly entertain a suggestion if you suggest it should be a greater amount, but so I would suggest that. I would suggest seeking the $75,000 for funding for auditing the ARS payments, and there was another function that you wanted audited. Would that $75,000 cover both, Russell?
Yes, that was the recommendation last year. The other function was measurement and verification of what the broadband program projects. They report to us, and they've always reported to us that their projects when they've been completed, do accomplish the goals of speed and coverage that they put in
Yes.
their application. But it would, as someone, we could use measurement and verification of that by an
Absolutely.
independent firm, just like we do with energy efficiency programs and stuff like that.
Right.
So that'd be the other part. And again, $40 million is what the commission chose last year, and to do as a recommendation, and to do it for 3 years. You could vary from that if you want to make sure that instead of just covering part of it, because $10 million would not have covered last year's shortfall, and it definitely will not cover this year's either, because this year it's $30 million requested. And although we don't know exactly how much we'll have available, it'll be somewhere in the range of like 11 to 13, or maybe 10 to 13. So it'll fall short by almost $20 million. So you could ask for a $20 million increase. But if you're doing it for 3 years, I don't know. Who knows what we'll get next year? It might be fewer applications. So you could ask for an increase in the cap of 25 or 30, just to make sure that you absolutely, will cover whatever the amount of future applications are. I mean, there was no guarantee, but I doubt we'll get a lot more than that. So you could do 10 million, you could do 20 million, you could do 25 million. 10 million was for 3 years is the increase that the commission recommended last year.
Oh, okay. So maybe it should be 20 million or 25 million. And then what was the third item that you mentioned? I slipped my mind.
Actually, it was just the two things that you mentioned. There were the audit of being able to use SRUSF funds for auditing the rural ILEC payments, and also
And for
verification. And you can increase that amount if you want to, but 75,000 is pretty significant. I don't know how much an independent auditor would cost. It would be sort of like, I think, randomized audits and randomized measurement and verification, not verification and auditing of every single payment and every single project.
Okay, well, I guess I think the legislature's pretty flush. So I would propose that we ask for an increase in the cap of 25 million for 3 years. And let's see. And then you say an increase over 75,000 for that work to be done, that auditing work. What do you think?
It would just be authorization, in legislative form, to use up to $75,000 from the fund to accomplish those two things: auditing of ARS payments, access reduction support payments, and measurement and verification of broadband program projects.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, a clarification is that if we add $20 million to the cap, that would not come out of the state budget or out of federal funds. We would have to levy an increased charge on broadband customers.
That's true. That's true. That is true. And that would
I just want clarity
be a
on
significant increase in that charge. I mean, it would double. I presume if you double the amount, it'll double that charge. I mean, we had $1.24 and we were comfortable with that. We
So
get up to
that's why
$2.50. Yeah.
So that's why I was asking, is it, could we get outside funding as opposed to charging existing customers? And, personally, I would ask for both. I would say, okay, let's increase the cap, but let's increase the cap by injecting state funds rather than us increasing the charge to existing customers.
Okay. So, the first question is, do we want to impact the ratepayers by more than $1.24? First of all, do we want to do that? Otherwise, we wouldn't want to increase the cap. So that's kind of a threshold question. I can't imagine anybody would not want to ask for outside dollars, which I would like to do. I think that would be a good. Are you saying that needs to be a suggestion baked into this report to seek outside dollars? Yeah.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
That's right. And we should ask for that. So, but I think we'd have to take up the question. We need to take up the question, do we want our bill impact to exceed $1.24? And if the answer is maybe, then it sounds like we'd have to have this sensitivity analysis conducted again that Michael described, which allowed us to understand last year, that the $20 million would raise the bill, would increase the bill by $1.24.
Oh, the 10 million, yes. Oh,
The 10 million,
did we go up to 20? I guess we did. We could do the same sense. We could ask, GV&W, the fund administrator, to do the same sensitivity analysis for these amounts. This year, I don't think it would have changed much because it's still the same, probably generally the same number of New Mexico phone numbers that are subject to the surcharge. So it probably wouldn't be too different, but I can ask them to do that for next week. I mean, the commission doesn't have to decide the recommendations today, but I think it would be, I just thought it would be a good idea because then the report next week would, because I'll be drafting, part of the report to support the recommendations. And next week is the last week for the commission to consider this report. And I thought if we at least get the recommendations settled, that would help. Now, Commissioner Fishman, like I said, we have, we've approached OBAE because they're going to have, and the council, they have control over some state money. The federal money, I guess they'll also would be making recommendations to the legislature on how to spend it. And if we, if we wanted to, ask the legislature to amend the Rural Telecom Act, because that's what we were doing, or I guess it could be part of the budget, the overall budget bill that might pass. That could be the recommendation that we get some money from that. But they may raise the anti-donation clause. That was raised to us by OBAE with regard to state money. They said, we don't think we can give state money to to private carriers for these projects, and that's why I raised the whole issue of we do it under the SRUSF. But I understand why they come back with that because there's still some ambiguity about that. I don't want to talk about a whole bunch. I'm afraid we're going to raise the specter of a. Michael sent me a text saying now we will get a challenge, but to the SRUSF money. But that's what we're going to get back, I think, is an anti-donation clause. Even if you ask it right for the legislature, hopefully, I think the federal money. I don't know, but I think that the federal money may, not be subject to that. Maybe I actually don't know the answer to that.
Well, my gut is in asking for it, let's not presume any particular solutions, but let's just ask, can we creatively look for ways to make that money available, and recognizing that certain funds may be subject to a donation clause, but maybe there's a way to ask for those funds without asking for creative solutions, as opposed to assuming that we're going to have these obstacles.
Yes, we could include that as a more general recommendation to the legislature, instead of like specific statutory language.
Exactly.
Please consider.
Right.
Yes.
And you might even specifically state, well, we are concerned about anti-donation considerations. So can we come up with some more creative solutions?
Yeah, it'd be fine to include that as well. There'd be no problem to include in our report. And the specific language I'll have for the commission next week. I don't know if anyone has that could definitely be included. Period.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Those are good comments. Now, I don't recall. Commissioner Byrd, did you have anything you wanted to add to this discussion?
No, but I think Commissioner Fishman's on the right path there, and so we're good.
Good. Okay, great. Well, commissioners, it sounds like Russell is stating he can bring this back next week. That gives us a little bit more time, I suppose, to be thinking about this, or we could make a decision today. I'm open to either approach. If somebody wants to make a motion, I'll entertain it. Otherwise, we can wait till next week to. Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Oh, thank you. Russell, would this be a good time to make a proposal to the legislature to start thinking about how they can account for all the funds that New Mexico receives? like, for example, on Indian land, there's the Navajo Nation, there's Hickory Apache Nation, there's Mescalero Apache Nation, there's 22 Pueblos. Do you think the legislature would be inclined to separate that from Universal Service Fund? Because if telecommunication companies are spending money on Indian land, they're receiving funds from the ratepayers for the whole state of New Mexico. At the same time, the Indian communities, they are also requesting federal grants or federal funds. So the Indian communities there's no tracking system that they are receiving more on Indian land. Is it time to study Universal Service Fund and look at the Telecom Act once again to see that we have a clear picture of where the funds are being utilized? That's a question for Russell.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, this report to the legislature would not be the place to raise a recommendation like that, because the recommendations that are called for by the Rural Telecom Act are recommendations concerning the State Rural Universal Service Fund and the broadband program. And I believe what you're talking about, because you have raised it in past meetings, is the use of Federal Universal Service Fund funding that comes from the FCC. And the commission does have a role in that, and that the commission reviews federal filings. Like basically the state commissions do some of the work for the FCC under the Federal Telecom Act to recommend recertification or not of federal recipients of federal funds, so separate from the SRUSF entirely. And so we do have a role there. And we annually recertify based on the forms that they file federally. But we don't do any of our own independent auditing of that money, because again, we do not have of the federal money. This is separate from what we're discussing about SRUSF, of federal use of money, which I think most commissions don't do any of their independent auditing of the use of that money. Because we don't have the resources, and the FCC does have what's called the Universal Service administrative company or accounting company that actually does audit use of federal funds. So we don't independently gather information on that. We do annual recertification as we're required to under the Telecom Act. For the federal recipients, the recipients of federal money, which would include, I think, what you're talking about. And the federal issues, though, are entirely separate from the recommendations we would be making to the legislature here, because the legislature only wants recommendations about the use use and structure of the use of funds from the SRUSF and the structure of the SRUSF and the cap in the SRUSF and the broadband program within the SRUSF. They're not asking us to provide any opinion or recommendations about the use of federal monies. So that would be outside this report. And, generally I would say it's outside of the responsibilities that the commission has under the Telecom Act, which is basically to do recertifications of federal recipients. So certainly not part of this report. So as a recommendation to the legislature, they would say this is just outside of what we asked for in the statute.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, what's your pleasure? Should we just proceed today and give Russell some instructions. I'm ready to move on that myself, but if anybody wants to think about this for another week, I'm sure that's all right, according to Russell. Anybody have an opinion on that? Can we agree that we'd like to raise the cap by $10 million, or do we want to see a sensitivity analysis done for a higher increase?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I like Commissioner Fishman's idea to find other sources of funding. We can ask the state legislature to do that. And I do not believe that this is not the right time to increase rates for the consumers. We are very far, in the, we're at the lower category of the economic analysis of where New Mexicans stand. And the only thing that they can get is using cellular phones. And to
Say that again. I'm sorry. The only thing what? Did you say? Could you repeat that? The only thing what?
What I'm saying is the consumers, they're hit hard
Yes.
economically across the board. And to push more increase in their rates, it's not the right time right now. We have to look for other sources of funding. I don't think it's right at this time. People are still getting away from the pandemic, status. So that's my comment, but we'll let the other commissioner weigh in. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd, anything?
No, I just agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar as well.
I tend to agree as well. Commissioner Fishman, I see you've unmuted.
Excuse me, I'm chewing.
Oh.
I agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and I wouldn't put a cap on how much money we ask for at this point to $10 million. If we're asking for additional funds from another source, it might be a bigger number. Who knows?
Well, from what Russell says, it could be 25 million because, well, I think he thought our expense, the request could reach that amount, and they're, well, we don't know actually what sort of headroom there is for this year, but if you don't ask, you don't get. And if it's from an outside source, it doesn't really matter. I forget the whole thing I said about headroom, because we're not talking about money that would come from the Rural Universal Service Fund. Having said that, that raises a question in my mind, Russell, if we're seeking funds from outside, it's really not something that it's not an activity we would be conducting under our authority, under the statute, just to spend funds associated with the funds available under the State Rural Universal Service Fund. So
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Is that a barrier at all? Is that a barrier, do you think?
I think we could include it, ask for, just budgetary money, with the warning that they might come back and say, sorry, anti-donation clause. But because it is related to the broadband program, I believe the statute specifically mentions the broadband program. It would be, that you raise a good question in that, it's not directly, because it wouldn't be an SRUSF thing, it would be outside of it, but it's related. It's close enough, I guess. And, if they're inclined to do it, then great. I don't think they'll care whether, but if they're not inclined to do it, then of course, then we can only ask.
I think I appreciate that. I mean, if you don't ask, you don't get. And I do recall you telling me in the past that in your communications with the OB is how you say that? The Office of...
They call it OBI, Office of Broadband Expansion and Access and Expansion.
Oh, access and expansion. Okay, okay. I think I recall you saying something to the effect that they appreciate that we at least have a process in place for assessing, comparative projects and having a way of dispersing funds to them. So, maybe if there's no prohibition on us doing that, maybe we wouldn't experience any pushback. I don't know. I'm this sort of conjecture on my part, but maybe it's just a hopeful statement. But in any case, okay, I guess we're all agreed not to seek an increase in the cap, given the consumers' rather desperate financial situation with the economy and post-COVID and so forth. So that just leaves seeking the $75,000 funding for the audit functions we described. Is everybody comfortable with that amount of money? That's, an order of magnitude less than what we were talking about from the fund. So it should be amply covered, shouldn't it, Russell? That
would be, Madam Chair, that would be money from the fund. It would be authorization because it really isn't clear in the statute that, funding could be used from the surcharge for those particular purposes. And this would say, hey, we'd like, legislation that says we can use up to 75,000 for those purposes from the surcharge in the fund.
Okay, great. And then so on top of that, our request would include funding from an outside, some of the federal money that is coming. And that would be, I don't know what dollar figure.
Madam Chair, we could, because if we're asking for a number of years ahead, or I don't know if we just ask for this coming year, because, the temporary cap on the increase in the cap, we gave them a number of years because we were asking for a temporary increase, not a permanent one. But this would be asking for money, budgetary money, essentially, either, state money or that federal money, which I think the use of the federal money has to go through the legislature anyway. Whatever way they would do that, federal or state money, I think we might just ask for money for this year's project, or we could, because I think when it comes to budgetary requests, would we want to be making a request for several years or a standing request to include? That's up to the commission. I don't know what's realistic in the world of budgeting either. For the federal money, I do believe that it does. There has to be some legislation that the legislature will decide how to spend federal money, I guess. But I'm not that familiar with this process.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
How about we ask for $20 million for 3 years of supplemental money? Again, you don't ask, you don't get.
Right.
$20 million for 3 years of supplemental money, and not specify whether it's federal or state funds, but just outside funds. And that be our request. And we can get there a couple of ways. One might be that we need to revise legislation, the SRSUF. SRUSF, excuse me. Thank you. Never correct me again, damn it. No, it could be amendment to that legislation, or it could be through some other route. But we don't need to specify exactly how that happens. I don't think, at least not at this point.
Okay. You're the one who's been a previous senator, so Okay.
So, so there's some sample numbers, Russell. I don't know if that works for you.
This is really up to the commission. Those, I think 20 million will cover the shortfall this year, because even though we don't know exactly how much money we have available, it would have to be a dramatic decrease from the $11.5 million we had available last year for it to have to be like $2 or $3 million decrease in amount available, which I do not expect to happen. In order, otherwise 20 million will cover the shortfall. But I don't know what next year will be or the year after. So it's up to the commission how much to ask for.
So commissioners, what do you feel about this request, this proposal of Commissioner Fishman? Just ask for outside funds, not specify state or federal, seek $20 million because we seem to be getting an educated guess from our general counsel that would cover, some shortages in any case, and if that's the word, or that would cover a need that we wouldn't otherwise be meeting. Any reaction? Can you go along with that? Because I would. Commissioner Byrd?
I'm good with that. I think that's a good.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
I think it's important that we state that we will not increase the current rates for consumers. I want to make sure that I don't want the legislature to think that we're asking for more money and behind the process that we're going to increase rates for the consumers. I don't want them to get that idea.
Oh,
So,
I think we all just agreed we don't want to increase the rate at all. So that was dropped right away because of your very thoughtful comment about that. So this does not increase the rate. This proposal would not increase rates at all for consumers. I have no appetite for it, and neither does anybody else. But this would be a request for outside funds, either state or federal funds, to increase the amount of money that we could spend on proposed projects that come before us. And it would cover, it would also cover $75,000 out of the fund, out of the SRUS fund, for the auditing work that we want to have done. But that auditing cost should not affect consumers' rates either. That's correct, right, Russell?
Well, and it would, it could possibly increase the surcharge a tiny bit, but it's only $75,000.
It would? Oh.
Just because it would come out of the SRUSF. That would be from the SRUSF. It'd be asking them, but $75,000 is, I mean, it's not going to have any tremendous impact on there. I mean, it might be a couple cents or something. I mean, the whole, we've been spending up to, the commissioners are spending up to $30 million in the fund the past couple of years. And I think that Mike might remind us about last year's sensitivity analysis, but we were looking at, we were judging the sensitivity to increases of 5, 10, 15, $20 million of the cap, and you spending all that money. This is $75,000. So it could increase the surcharge. It will increase the surcharge. It'll be an added expense, but it's quite small. I mean, a few pennies, I think, at most. Mike, does that sound right to you? I mean, 75,000 is well south of the $5, $10 million, $20 million increase in the cap that could result in millions more spending. This is 75,000.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Russell's correct. The effect is de minimis. $75,000 effect on the surcharge is negligible.
Plus, it probably wouldn't be all in 1 year. It wouldn't be. We probably wouldn't do all the auditing, measurement, and verification all in 1 year. Maybe, but it might be spread over years, so it'd be very small. But it wouldn't have any impact on the surcharge. Just very small.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, even if even if you did $75,000 every year, the effect would still be very small.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, does that satisfy you?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for raising that whole issue. I think it's really important, and I'm glad we were able to hash it out here. So commissioners, do we have consensus then that we have Russell include in this report language that we're requesting additional $20,000 from outside source, from a source outside the State Rural Universal Service Fund, to apply to the projects that have been proposed to us for funding for the next 3 years.
I'm sure that's 20 million. I think you said 20,000. That's 20 million. I think you said 20,000.
I mean, 20 million, not 20,000. Do I hear, let's see, I guess we could take a vote on this. Steve, you want to put this in the form of a motion, and then we can,
Well,
I think we have this, this is notice for potential
Sure.
order. So let's, okay.
So I
you wanna
move
put
that I move that the report include no change to the cap, but that it requests $20 million of either state or federal funds to supplement SRSUF project funding.
Okay.
Let me just add a clarification. If that's for 3 years.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, and then also this would also include $75,000, which would increase the surcharge very slightly for auditing. That's total, not each year, but $75,000 for auditing of ARS payments, access direction support payments, and measurement and verification of the results of broadband program projects. That would be the complete motion if you want to include that.
Correct.
Okay, we got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none, Russell, can you take the roll call on this vote?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas is absent. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion is adopted with 4 commissioners voting in favor and 1 commissioner absent.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Russell. I know we're all tired and hungry, and Steve's past hungry. He's eating, but we're very close to the end, and I would like to proceed if we can. We do have an item to present by Colin Gillespie on the PRC work plan review for discussion only. And I've discussed it with Colin. He could, it's simply, this is an opportunity for us to show what the visual depiction would be of this type of work plan review process would be. It's not a review, a depiction process, I should say. And it's not completely finished, but this is really just our an effort to at least give you guys a visual of what the what this process could be. And Colin, if you can screen share the I don't know what to call it. It's not a table. It's the Gantt chart display that you created, that you've been working on.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm starting screen share now. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a depiction of what was originally going to be a translation of our Word document or our PDF work plan into a visual format. And we wanted to create a visual tool with a Gantt chart that would allow us to see timelines of cases and projects and help us to identify potential bottlenecks or areas where we might need to shift work from one area to another, or anticipate delays and things of that nature. We discussed having it be an interactive dynamic tool. And so I've built in some scrolling here, but after discussing with the Madam Chair, we've determined that it's a rather ambitious project, and it's there's kind of a scope creep here, and we're looking at creating a tool that either runs within or runs adjacent to eDockets. As you can see on the left here, some of this information is pulled from eDockets. Some of it is pulled from our calendar 2022 work plan. But it started to become sort of a duplication of eDockets when what we were really going for is a visual tool. So ideally, what we would like to do, and I'll change the view here slightly so that we can see some of the timelines. So right now, the end dates of the projects I have marked as December 31st, unless we have a statutory deadline for the cases. But what we would really like to have are all the intermediary points, such as the initial filing date, the date that items are sent to the hearing examiner, dates included in the pre-hearing schedule conference, beginning and end of discovery, motion deadlines, dates of hearings, and dates when the record closes. I tried to build into the sheet dates that we have hearings and dates of expected recommended decisions. Those are marked with shaded cells here, and that's not quite perfect yet. It's taken me some time to learn how to do this, but I think overall this is more of a work tracking tool than what we had originally contemplated as just a snapshot of our work plan for the next several months. But going forward, I think what Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, what Madam Chair Hall and I discussed is talking to our Chief of Staff and IT about creating sort of an automated software tool that could pull dates from eDockets and do this automatically. There's a trade-off between the usefulness of the tool, how much time it takes to develop, and also the resources it takes to maintain a work tracking tool like this. We would not want to burden employees with having to track every single thing that they do to plug it into a system. But it would be nice, and if we could see a snapshot of where our workflow is going to be hitting roadblocks. So our Chief of Staff is still on annual leave, but we're going to be following up with him next week if possible, and Miguel and IT as well, to explore, if this is a useful concept. I think it would certainly be a useful concept for OGC, hearing examiners and commissioners especially, so that we could just understand where we are in the process of the major cases and major projects that we're going through, including rulemakings and inquiry or policy issues as well. That's all I have, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and I stand for questions.
Thanks very much, Colin. Anybody have any questions for Colin about this? And I guess I would just interject. I did envision this more than just a snapshot in time. I'm really pleased with the fact that this could be something that could be what's the word? It can be changed to show any kind of continuing variation in one schedule that might impact other schedules. But with mentioning that, are there any comments by anybody? Anybody have any observations? As I say, this is a work in progress. It's not really, this is not the formal thing, but I wanted to get it up there just so you can take a look at it and see, a picture's worth 1,000 words. See what I was at least talking about. Any reactions, folks? None is fine. I know it's late. Okay.
Hey, Bob, what's
Okay.
I got to annoy Commissioner Byrd and jump in. Commissioner Byrd, I'm giving myself a 20-minute limit.
Too much.
No, just real quickly, I think it's a good idea. I think it'd be something great for maybe commission staff to
Yes.
maintain, commissioner staff to maintain going forward once they get hired after, the new commission's on board, probably. But a couple things I'd note is it'd be a good idea to highlight important issues, critical issues on that. You might do that by some kind of color coding.
Yes.
To separate it from the others. I can think of 2 instances where I, as a commissioner, kind of lost track of time, and having a tool like this would have made me more effective. One was the last SPS rate case, which did drag on a long time. And if it had kind of been more in front of me, I would have pushed to make it happen quicker. I do think that was turned out to be somewhat unfair to SPS and to customers. It's, what's unfair to one party is really unfair to all. We want fairness across the board. But the other one is the situation we're getting with the San Juan nuclear rate credits that we all lost track of. When are they going to do this securitization, and what is the impact on the bill of the customer? And that if we'd had a tool like this, I personally certainly would have been less likely to lose track of that and run into the timing issues we ran into. So I think there's two really, pretty important decisions that were impacted because we did not have a tool like this.
Exactly.
And it would have helped me do a better job.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for those comments. My initial input was to have some sort of tool that would help me do a better job. But looking at something like this makes me realize it helps everybody do a better job, because they can not only have a place where their whole schedule is laid out, but everybody else's schedule is laid out. So if they're relying on somebody for some part of their work, they can see where there might be a bottleneck. And when you mentioned staff, Commissioner Fishman, I was thinking one category that Colin had failed to mention was, the utility division staff, and any part of our staff, transportation staff, but certainly the utility division staff when they participate in many of the utility cases, because, staff has to provide witnesses. They have to be the witnesses. And we don't have that many members of staff who do witness work. And I'm sure they can if cases are occurring, in close succession, then staff can also be run into congested areas of work, let's say. So I think this can be a really good tool for smoothing out, the whole organization's workloads if we get smart about it. So in any case, from looking at this last night with Colin, we came up with the idea of sitting down with the chief of staff and IT to see how we could, accommodate everybody's needs in the agency that way. So I just wanted you guys to see that snapshot of it right now, see how it's forming. And if you have any suggestions as to how to improve it, please let me know. And we can move on from there. I think we could just, if there are no other comments, anybody else have any comments, we can move on. Going once, twice, three times. Okay, we'll go on to item number, Roman numeral 11, communications with chief of staff. And I see Brad Foreman ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I don't have any particular issues that I need to raise with you today, but if you have questions, I'm prepared to try to find an answer.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Commissioners, any questions for Brad and his role as stand-in chief of staff? Not hearing any.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Vicente Aguilar.
Regarding our meeting tomorrow in Albuquerque, I would like to know what the staff has prepared so far, who is going to be present, and are there any details that they need to share with us, or are the commissioners just going to go there without staff members? What is the plan?
Brad looks frozen.
Hey, Brad, why don't you walk around the corner and join us in the hearing room?
While he takes a lap, Madam Chair, I can address, to my knowledge, right now scheduled to be in attendance, based upon feedback that I've received. Obviously, the commissioners minus Commissioner Maestas will be appearing in person in Albuquerque. I believe Eli LaSalle will be appearing intends to appear in person from staff. That is my extent of knowledge of who will be attending in person right now.
And I can add to that. I just got a text from Miguel saying he'll be there, and also Jack. So I guess that's Jack Sidler and Eli. So those three members of staff will be there. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, for your information. Did you get that?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. Steve?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to just extend a formal invitation to Mary Jane Parks and Christopher Hall.
Oh, yeah.
Who've been working on, the biweekly meetings, or excuse me, this every other week meetings. That if they can show up, they'd certainly be welcome, and we will encourage their participation.
So that makes a lot of sense, Commissioner Fishman. I would expect they were intending to appear anyhow. Let's see, Christopher Hall, do you have any further information you could provide us? I see you're on the call, in the meeting, but muted, so I'm not. Well, in any case, well, oh yes, Commissioner, Mr. Hall, Christopher
Madam
Hall.
Chair, Commissioners, I will try to come down. I don't know if Commissioner Maestas or I will be able to. I think it's unlikely that he will be able to. And I'm sorry, I'm talking halfway across my computer. I don't know. I doubt Commissioner Maestas will be able to attend in person. He would like to, but I am encouraging him not to. Actually, I think he should rest.
Yep.
I may endeavor to come down in person myself, but it seems like it's sort of 50-50 in terms of participants who are going to be online and in person. So, and I'm also waiting for some documents to be returned that need to be signed for in person by DHL. So that sort of affects my decision making as well.
I see. Okay, well, thank you for that information, Christopher. Did you have a question for him, Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to know in terms of utilities and stakeholders, have we had any particular response from them on who's attending, or had we not asked for it?
I'm gonna ask.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that would be Han's question, although I do know, I am aware that at least that Tom Valgren is intending to Zoom into the meeting. And I believe Mark Fenton from PNM also will be zooming into the meeting, but again, I would defer to OGC and or Mr. Borman.
Okay. And certainly, Christopher, you can zoom in if you need to as well, given your need to have to wait to accept documents. So just, you can play that by ear, of course. And I see a text from Patrick Rodriguez. He said he'll be there as well. So Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I appreciate you asking that question. It looks like we have at least a handful of folks. Maybe there will be more. Okay, great. Let's see.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Mr. Borman is available for.
Yeah, I apologize, commissioners. I apologize for my Zoom went out right as that question was being asked of me, but it looks like you've received the information that you needed. So, but if there's more information you need, please ask.
Okay, will do. Commissioner Fishman, do you have any other questions? Okay, I think we'll just go on to communications with General Counsel.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, yes. We have had some good fortune. We have had an offer accepted for our Attorney 2 position. Erica Avila Stefans will be starting, she'll be starting late October, but we found someone, so that's good. We still have an Attorney 3 position that we are recruiting for. We're working on that. I think that's it for us. That's all our communications.
Well, that's excellent news. I'm really glad to hear it, and good luck with the Attorney 3. I hope that can bear fruit as well. Communications with commissioners. Any communications from anybody? Yes, Commissioner Fishman. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Commissioner Maestas, get well fast. We're struggling without you.
Yeah, I hope he does.
Nobody to tell Commissioner Fishman that, okay, move on.
Well, I have one.
I do it just to, oops, sorry. I do this, Jeff, just to annoy you. So.
Mission accomplished, I guess, huh? He's smiling. Okay, so I have one piece of information I'd like to share, and that is last week I attended a meeting of the Western Electricity Coordinating Council where I got voted in to be a member of their advisory board. So I feel it's quite an honor. It's a very interesting organization. They set standards for safety and reliability for the and cybersecurity for the Western grid, the entire Western grid. So it's a very interesting organization to be a part of, and I'm hopeful to be able to contribute some work before the end of my term, which they were aware of, but they still wanted to have me in that spot. So, so that's my piece of information. Do any other commissioners have anything else they want to say before we adjourn? Hearing nothing, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody, for a very productive meeting.
Yep. See everybody tomorrow.
Okay, absolutely. Bye-bye.